The earliest record of man's expression is found in cave walls as etching and later as paintings. Man's observation of life around him, colored by his imagination, aroused in him the desire to tell stories, not just pictorially, but through dance and music as well. Much later, humans learned to use signs and symbols to convey a range of ideas, actions, and feelings. These aesthetic enjoyments led to the evolution of the performing arts. Only a few of them, like Kodiyatam, the only surviving Sanskrit theatre in the world, has withstood changing times, reminding us of our roots, our heritage, and our legends.
Kodiyatam, the Sanskrit theatre art of our country, is dated to be at least 2000 years old. It is perhaps the oldest theatre art of our land and sometimes even described as the mother of world theatre. This dating is with reference to the mention in the Chalapadigaram of Elango, where the Kutachakayan is mentioned.
Mattavilasa, composed in the 7th century AD, is the oldest notable drama in South India. Ascharya Chudamani is the first play composed in Kerala and adapted for Kodiyatam.
A breakthrough was done in the times of Kulashekara Varman around 11th century AD, who was a king, a great playwright and an actor, and the present format of Kodiyatam is ascribed to his contribution to the art, which remains outstanding.
Kulashekara is none other than Bhaskara Varma, the Chera king who ruled from 978 AD till 1036 AD. It is said that his love for a particular dancer made him write roles for her to perform.
The Sanskrit drama flourished in the north, that is in the national plain, till the 5th century AD, more or less. But at that time there was no Sanskrit drama in Kerala. Sanskrit drama came to Kerala only after 6th, 7th centuries of AD. By the time it was the decline of Sanskrit drama in the north. So by the 7th, 8th, 9th centuries, some new dramas came to be written in Kerala. By the 10th century AD, we had a definite deviation from the national pattern. That was done by King Kulashekara, who wrote 2 Sanskrit dramas, Tabadi Sambarana and Subhadra Dhananjaya. He wrote these dramas, and along with that, he himself prepared the stage scripts for its presentation. This stage script, which we call Vyangya Vyakya, It means the presentation of the inner meaning. He prepared the stage script, and this was different from practice, the method of presentation prescribed by Parada in Natyashastra.
Actors adapted Basa's play to suit the Kudiyatam repertoire. Plays like Bhagavat Chuka, Mattavilasa, Ascharya Chudamani and Kalyana Saugantika became popular with audiences who enjoyed these dramas punctuated with dance presentations.
Two major innovations of Kulasekara was, one, he introduced every character with an introduction of his previous details, that is Purva Sambandha. Here a character, when he comes to the stage, he will narrate the previous incidents and relate it to the present point, and then only he starts to enact his portion in the drama. We call it Nirvahana nowadays. This the character has to do by mono acting. The second innovation of Kulasekara was the presentation of inner meanings. External meaning is so clear to everybody. Everybody knows it, and people know the story. So it is not necessary for an actor to go on narrating the outer story. Instead, he insisted that the actor should go deeper into the subtle meanings and bring out a subtext from the text of the dramatist.
Mruga Sabaga What Kulasekara did was to devise a method of acting so that the Manaloga and the Prekshaka, both these groups can appreciate this at the same time in different levels. He has distinguished the audience in two levels. One is the Prekshaka, the very serious spectators. Who are very scholars and endowed with all scholarly attributes. They are very close to the actor. The other group of spectators are the Mana Loga. They are scattered here and there, coming and going and all that. So they are not serious spectators. So when something interesting comes, they come here and they. Actually, the Kudiyatam is meant for those who are very close to the actor, that is the Prekshaka. This way, Kudiyatam signifies literally combined acting. The character here is single on the stage. There is only one character on the stage. And when the actual drama portion begins, there will be other characters. When he is single on the stage, he alone acts. But when there are other characters, he has to act alone with them.
Vijaya Swaha
Bhagavan
Madhiyam Duhitaram Bhavanupayam Stah Tan Maya Prihidimata Yuvayo Logavrittanda Nishnada Satimapi Jnati Kulaiga Samshrayam.
Breakdown of the Chera Empire in the 11th century. The centralized administrative system in Kerala collapsed. With the result, the Brahmins, the chieftains and a kind of feudal society came into being, with its center in the temples. So the temples became the centers of culture, centers of activity of every kind of a village. So our social life became centered on the village temples, and the Sanskrit drama slowly moved to the temple theatres, and there was a situation which encouraged the performance of Sanskrit dramas in temples. This is perhaps very important from 2 points of view. One is the Chakyas, they were part of the temple administration. So this became their Kula Dharma. The acting became their Kula Dharma. So this sense of maintaining their Kula Dharma was in a way responsible for the flourishing of Kudiyata, flourishing of Sanskrit drama. That is one thing. Secondly, it became associated with the rituals. Say for example, Mattavadasam is a social farce. It's a social play. Of course, very interesting. But when it came to the temple, it became an offering to beget children. So people offered it as an oblation. So in a very pious way, people accepted the presentation of Matthavilasa.
The breakdown of the feudal system and the changing social fabric of Kerala robbed Kudiyatam of its benefactors. It would have died a natural death, but for the efforts of the poet Vallathol Narayana Menon, the benevolent Manakullam Mukundaraja and Paingulam Ramachakyar.
It was actually in 1949 that the Kooth was performed outside the temple, and Kudiyatam as a drama was performed in full outside the temple in 1956. It was sponsored by the All India Radio in an open
stage before a public audience at Calicut.
ആദ്യമായിട്ട് കലാമണ്ഡല കൂടിയാട്ട വിഭാഗം തുടങ്ങുന്നതിന് മുമ്പ് അമേരിക്കക്കാരനാണ് ജോൺസ് സായിഫ്. അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് കാണാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് കൂടിയാട്ടം അവതരിപ്പിക്കുകയുണ്ടായി. പഴയ കലാമണ്ഡലത്തിൽ വെച്ചാണ്. അന്ന് ബാംഗ്ലൂർ രാമശേഖർ അദ്ദേഹമാണ് ഇത് പുറത്തേക്ക് ആക്കിയതിന് ഇത്രയും പ്രസിദ്ധിയും പ്രചാരവും ഈ പേരുമൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടാക്കിയത് അദ്ദേഹമാണ്. അതിൻ്റെ ആരംഭം. അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ സഹായിയായിട്ട് ഈ സാഹിബിനെ കാണാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് സഞ്ജയം ആദ്യത്തെ പുസ്തക കൂടിയാട്ടം അത് പുറപ്പാട് മുതൽക്കുള്ള ഭാഗം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ശിവരിശലഭമൊക്കെ ആയിട്ട് അഭിനയത്തിന് വകയുള്ളതാണ്. അതിൽ അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ സഹായിയായിട്ട് വിദൂഷക വേഷം ഞാനായിരുന്നു. അതാണ് ഞാനും അമ്പലം വിട്ട് പുറത്തിറക്കിയത്. അവിടെ നോക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങിയത് ഒരു പ്രസിദ്ധമായിട്ടുള്ള രാമനത്തിൽ വെച്ചാണ് എൻ്റെ ബാഹ്യപ്രകടനം ആരംഭിച്ചത്. അതിനുശേഷമാണ് ഗ്രാമത്തിൽ ഒരു സെമിനാർ ഉണ്ടായി, ഈ കൂടിയാട്ട സെമിനാർ. അതിനുശേഷം അതൊക്കെ അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ ശ്രമം. അവിടെ ഈ സാഹിബ് നമ്മുടെ നാട്ടുകാരല്ല ശ്രമിച്ചത്. അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ ആ പ്രചോദനം കൊണ്ട് അവിടെ വിഭാഗം ഉണ്ടായി. ഇന്ന് അങ്ങനെ ഒന്നും തുടങ്ങിയില്ലായിരുന്നു എങ്കിൽ ഇന്ന് കൂടിയാട്ടം എന്നുള്ള വസ്തു ആരും അറിയില്ല. അതിന് രാമശേഖർ എൻ്റെ ഗുരുനാഥൻ കൂടിയാണ് അദ്ദേഹം. അദ്ദേഹത്തിനെ ഞാൻ സർവ സമയത്തും ആദരിക്കുകയും ബഹുമാനിക്കുകയും വന്ദിക്കുകയും ചെയ്യുന്നത്.
While Vallathol established the Kalamandalam in Cherudurthi on the banks of the Bharatapuzha, Paingulam Ramachakyar, as a performer and as a teacher, brought Kudiyatam into the public domain.
അവിടെ ഒരു കൂടിയാട്ടം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അവിടെ കൂടിയാട്ടം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ 3 വിഭാഗമായിട്ടാണ് ആ കൂടിയാട്ടം നടത്താൻ നിശ്ചയിച്ചത്. ഒന്ന് ഇരിഞ്ഞാലക്കുട മാധവ ചാക്യാരുടെ കീഴിലുള്ള ഒരു പാർട്ടി, ഒന്ന് കേരള ഗ്രാമത്തിന്റെ പാർട്ടി, പിന്നെ മാണി മാധവ ചാക്യാരുടെ പാർട്ടി. അപ്പൊ എന്നെ ആശാൻ പറഞ്ഞ ഒരു വാക്കാണ് ശിവൻ വേണ്ട കൂടിയാട്ടം ഇല്ല എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. അപ്പൊ അവര് പറഞ്ഞു ഇവിടെ അത് പറ്റില്ല, ശിവനെ കൂട്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള പരിപാടി പറ്റില്ല എന്ന് അവര് പറഞ്ഞു. അപ്പൊ എന്റെ ഗുരുനാഥൻ പറഞ്ഞു, അങ്ങനെയാണെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ഞാനും ഇല്ല പരിപാടിക്ക് എന്ന് അദ്ദേഹം പറഞ്ഞു. കാരണം ശിവനെ ഉൾപ്പെടുത്തിക്കൊണ്ടുള്ള പരിപാടിക്ക് പറ്റൂ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് ഗുരുനാഥൻ ഒരു ഏർപ്പാടുണ്ടാക്കി. അദ്ദേഹം ആ പരിപാടിക്ക് പോയില്ല, ഞാനും പോയില്ല.
Today, Kudiyatam continues its struggles to survive as an esoteric art form, free from taboos and inhibitions.
Chakyar actually belong to the Ambarala Jadi according to our system. Below the Brahmins and above the Kshatriyas, that is the intermediary class, and they are the actors, traditional actors of Sanskrit dramas, and performance of Sanskrit drama is their Kula Dharma. Nanyar is the women folk of Nambiyar, and they take the role of women characters. Nambiyar is actually the team manager for the Kudiyatam performance, because he arranges everything. He on the stage his job is to beat the drums, but he starts it. The Ranga Prasadana is by Nambiyar, and he arranges everything on the stage. So we can say Nambiar is a kind of coordinator of the performance of Kudiyattam. Officially, his role on the stage is to read the Miravu, that is the percussion for Kudiyattam.
ചാക്യാർ കുടുംബങ്ങളെ പറ്റി പറയുകയാണെങ്കിൽ പണ്ട് 18 ചാക്യാർ കുടുംബങ്ങളായിരുന്നു എന്ന് ആണ് കേൾവിയുള്ളത്. അതിൽ മിക്കവാറും കുറേയൊക്കെ കാലവിധിയുണ്ട്, നഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്, നശിച്ചു എന്ന് പറയട്ടെ. ഇന്ന് വളരെ പരിമിതമാണ്. 50-20 കുടുംബങ്ങളേ ഉള്ളൂ. മാണി, കുട്ടഞ്ചേരി, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ അമ്മന്നൂര്, അതാണ് ഇരിക്കാനക്കൂട. അമ്മന്നൂര് അമ്മന്നൂര് കുടുംബക്കാരാണ്. കിടങ്ങൂര്, അമ്പലപ്പുഴ എന്ന് പറയും, മേക്കാട്ടിലേക്ക് ആയിരുന്നൊരു കുടുംബം. ഇവിടെ അന്നിവിടെ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു, അവരുടെ ശേഷക്കാരായിട്ട്. ഇന്നിപ്പോൾ അവർ അമ്പലപ്പുഴയൊക്കെ വിട്ടുപോയി, പള്ളിക്കലും പോയി, അങ്ങനെ പോയി. ഇപ്പോൾ അവസാനം കഴക്കൂട്ടം തിരുവനന്തപുരം, അവിടെയാണ് ഇപ്പോൾ അവർ സ്ഥിതി ചെയ്യുന്നത്. പിന്നെ പുതിയ ചേക്കിയത്, പുതിയ അങ്കവാനി എടുക്കുക, ആ ഭാഗത്താണ് പുതിയ സ്ഥലം. അവിടുന്ന് പോയി മാങ്ങാനം, ഇപ്പോൾ അവിടെയാണ് അവരുടെ ആസ്ഥാനം. കിടങ്ങൂരും പണ്ട് നായത്തോട്ടായിരുന്നു 100 കുടുംബം എന്നൊരു കഥയുണ്ട്. കിടങ്ങൂരശിയാലായി അവിടെയായിട്ട്. ഇങ്ങനെ കൊയപ്പ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് പൈങ്കുളം, കൊയപ്പച്ചേക്കാണ് അറിയാവർ. What has happened for the preservation of Kudiyattam is that the Emmrc Chakyar family, great Emmrc Chachu Chakyar, established, because he understood the danger coming. So whatever he could do within the limitations of the community system was that to give the best training possible at least to few individuals. So at Irinalakuda he trained Ramachakyar, Madhav Chakyar and Parameshwar Chakyar, 3 main disciples, even though he had many others, but they are the prominent people. Ramachakyar is the Paingulam Ramachakyar. He later went and established in 1965 a Kudiyattam department at Kerala Kalamandalam. When it was established a school at Kalamandalam, they had to accept people from different communities. That was the first step to teach others in Kudiyattam. Then came after one decade when I came here at the Emmrc Chakyar family, because Emmrc Chakyars were still keeping that orthodoxy. They do not want to part training their art with the other communities. So when I came here, it was very difficult to convince, but I worked for the betterment of our Guruji and betterment of the troop. And after 3-4 years of working for the development of the troop, he accepted me as the first student from our community. Then we established the Gurukulam and took many other people also, young people who wanted to get trained from other community as well as traditional boys and girls. So now the Kudiyattam altogether in Kalamandalam and here and also Trivandrum, Margi, if you look, it is 50-50 traditional and non-traditional.
The dedication of this community of artists and the continuation of the profession as Kula Dharma or familial duty is responsible for the preservation of Kudiyattam through the ages. While most of the Chakyar and Nambiar families have given up the profession over the last 50 years, the Emmrc family continues to maintain the inherited profession. In 1982, at Irnalakuda near Thrissur, Madhav Chakyar founded the Emmrc Chachu Chakyar Smaraka Gurukulam, a training center for Kudiyattam, as a festcraft to his uncle and guru. last living legend in this tradition of performers is Padma Shri Irinalakuda Madhava Chakya. One fervently hopes that today's generation will manage to keep the flame alive.
Hello and welcome to the session on free software and open source software. For a large period of time in computing history, software was not seen as the primary component. It was all about the hardware, the machine. One reason for this may be the way in which we tended to understand software. With digitalization, many companies made source code available and engineers could make changes to the software. Improvements could be included into the code and sold on to the next company. The ability to own software or at least control it through copyright was beginning to become a discussion among programmers. For example, in 1976, Dr. Li Zhen Wang released Tiny Basic under a copyleft license which included the catchphrase "all wrongs reserved." It is fair to say that the history of free software truly begins with Richard Stallman's attempts to create a technical means to a social end. The story behind the creation of free software starts with his attempt to make a printer work and the company's refusal to give access to the necessary code. He launched the GNU project in 1983. Anyway, software is a life of computer which makes computer to run properly. Software is hidden instructions and information which are used by computer. There are two types of software in terms of the rights of the developer vested with it, and they are proprietary software and open source or free software. Generally speaking, proprietary software is one source code of which is owned by an individual or company, while open source or free software is one source code of which is open and can be used by others free of cost, subjected to certain liberation conditions or with no conditions. Free and open source software. Free software is sometimes confused with open source software. They are both similar, but they have different conditions. To start decoding the ambiguity surrounding the two terms, we have to go back to how open source was derived from free software. Free software does not stand for software or codes that are free of cost, although most softwares produced under the free software license are free. This ambiguity was the primary reason for the establishment of open source software. But the OSS became a concept quite different from its parent by developing its own sets of values, philosophy and methodology. To make it easier, let's go for a head-on comparison. Free software movement was aimed at advocating the availability of free source codes and removal of copyrights. Also, whatever codes are derived from a free software license should also be released as a free software. This posed a major problem in the commercialization of products. OSS, which was initially introduced to remove the confusion caused by the free term, took up the cause of removing the restrictions placed on commercialization. Codes under open source license can be used and modified like free software, but the modified byproducts do not have to be under the open source license. This helped in the commercialization of products produced using open source software. But since that was against what free software stood for, it separated the two in two different concepts. Thus, free software was a movement that emphasized on the moral aspect of the availability of free codes and promoted intellectual freedom. But OSS is a practical solution to allow the business use of free codes. So, in a way, open source codes can be used for free software, but the reverse causes a conflict. Free software. Free software is that software against which developing companies demands no fee. It is widely open and free to the public. For this reason, it is named as free software. It is often launched without any security or license code, which makes it free. It gives the users an option to run, store, modify or share it freely. Free software is by no means a new term. The phrase was coined by Richard Stallman in the 1980s when he started the GNU project to create a free operating system and founded the Free Software Foundation to advocate on behalf of free software. The phrase refers to software that users can safely run, adapt and redistribute without legal restraint. The Free Software Foundation provides these 4 essential freedoms that software must respect in order to be considered free. The first one, the freedom to run the program for any purpose. Second one, the freedom to study how the program works and change it so it does your computing as you wish. The third one, the freedom to redistribute copies so you can help your neighbor. And the last one, the freedom to distribute copies of your modified version to others. The foundation created the GNU General Public License, commonly referred to as the GPL, as a copyleft license that developers can distribute their software to qualify it as free and ensure that it stays that way. By accessing the source code, you can also modify the free software. You can share it to the other users without any restrictions. You can study the free software, how it is developed, how it works and can change their pattern according to your own computing requirement. If you feel any improvement in it, you can also improve it and can share its latest version to public. Many software as antiviruses, Adobe Reader, Flash players, media players, typing tools, etc. are available free of cost on the internet. Roughly, it means that the users have the freedom to run, copy, distribute, study, change and improve the software. Thus, free software is a matter of liberty, not price. Open source software. Christine Peterson coined the term open source at a meeting of a group of people from the free software movement in California in 1998 following the release of Netscape Communicator. They met with the goal to bring the ideas and benefits of free software to the commercial software industry. The open source movement is based on a radical retake on copyright law to create high quality software whose use and development are guaranteed to the public. The movement has spawned open source software communities where developers and users meet to create software that meet their needs. Open source software is software with source code that is publicly available under a license that gives users the right to study, change and distribute the software as they wish. OSS changed the emphasis from freedom to security, cost savings, transparency and other pragmatic benefits. The term is more palatable for the corporate world even though it refers largely to the same software. While the GPL isn't the only supported license, it remains one of the most prominent. Like free software, open source software can be distributed for free, but it doesn't have to be. open source software looks like free software, but it is not same as free software. Some dissimilarities exist between them. Open source software is that software, although is available to public free of cost along with source code, but including a license or security code. It is developed through public cooperation. It also gives permission to users to use, modify, study or share them freely. Sometimes modifications are allowed by license and sometimes not. You can share it to other users specifying the changes you have made under the original license agreement without any imposing any further restrictions. In short, it is also a free software, but license and security code impose some parameters about modifications in source code. Linux, Debian OS, GIMP image software, MySQL, FreeBSD OS, Mambu, WordPress, etc. are some popular open source software. Open source means the software is distributed for free with accessible source code that can be modified and improved by anyone. The open source movement is comprised of both formal and informal groups of individuals who support the use of open source licenses for software. One formal organization is called the Open Source Initiative, founded in 1998. The OSI is a non-profit global corporation that educates and advocates for the benefits of open source. They are actively involved in the open source community and promote awareness of the importance of non-proprietary software. Proponents of open source code believe it will lead to the development of better software code, fewer bugs, and more features. Have you ever used open source software? A few of the more well-known open source programs are GIMP, which is used for photo editing. It rivals Photoshop. Mozilla Firefox is used for web browsing. It rivals web browsers like Internet Explorer. OpenOffice is a productivity suite containing programs for word processing, spreadsheets, presentations, graphics, databases, and more. It rivals Microsoft Office programs. Moodle is a course management system used in online education to hold virtual classes. It rivals eCollege, Blackboard, and Angel, among others. However, we have to realize that using an open source software is not all milk and honey. There are pros and cons to open source software. Let's look at some of the pros. Open source software is free to use, distribute, and modify. It has lower cost, and in most cases this is only a fraction of the cost of their proprietary counterparts, and there are no licensing requirements. Open source softwares are highly reliable for two reasons. First of all, they are developed chiefly by skillful and talented experts who do their best to create high quality programs. Second, they are worked on by tens or hundreds of people, which means there are numerous eyes that can monitor for the presence of bugs and many pairs of hands that can fix these defects within the shortest amount of time. Both of these factors lead to products that have excellent quality and helpful features and perform well most of the time. Most open source software has greater customization, meaning that the software can be tailored to fit one's personal or business needs, since the source code can be accessed and modified. There tends to be less problems or glitches with the functionality of the software, and if there are any problems, they are usually resolved faster. Users can make an unlimited number of copies and distribute it or share it with others. Lastly, the companies using open source software do not have to think about complex licensing models and do not need anti-piracy measures like product activation or serial number. As it is developed by a non-profit community, it has some disadvantages as well. The open source software is vulnerable to malicious users. Many people have access to the source code of open source software, but not all of them have good intentions. While a lot of people utilize their access to spot defects and make improvements to the program, others use this privilege to exploit the product's vulnerabilities and create bugs that can infect hardware, steal identities, or just annoy other users. It might not be as user-friendly as commercial versions. This is not true for all open source software, since many of them, such as LibreOffice, Mozilla Firefox, and the Android operating system, are incredibly easy to use. However, there are several programs which are created mainly to cater to the developer's wishes and bring his ideas to life. As a result, not much attention is given to the software's user interface, making it difficult to use, especially for those who aren't really tech savvy. The main disadvantage of open source software is not being straightforward to use. Open source operating systems like Linux cannot be learned in a day. They require effort and possibly training from your side before you are able to master them. You may need to hire a trained person to make things easier, but this will incur additional costs. There is a shortage of applications that run both on open source and proprietary software. Therefore, switching to an open source platform involves a compatibility analysis of all the other software used that run on proprietary platforms. In addition, there are many ongoing parallel developments on open source software. This creates confusion on what functionalities are present in which versions. Many of the latest hardware are incompatible to the open source platform, so you have to rely on third-party drivers. Key difference between free and open source software. We can list out the major differences between the free and open source software as follows. Source code liberty of open source software is greater than free software. In open source software, any person can see, study, and modify the source code. Open source software are easily customizable than free software due to permission of freely use of source code. Training lectures and tutorials in form of videos and PDF files are widely available for free software, but there is no professional support for open source software. Free software latest version are available with the change in technology and requirement, and one can changes the new version with existing version easily by simple updating its existing version. While open source software updates are not available regularly. Restrictions regarding modifying and sharing of free software are less than open source software. It is necessary for developer to include all changes made by him in source code and make available to other users. Open source software are reliable than free software. Moreover, they do not contain any harmful object or virus. Most free software are full of bugs that can be harmful for your computer. With all the excitement, many people are actually confusing open source software with two other models of free software with potentially serious consequences. Here, we'll try to clear it up. Technical and developmental differences between open source software and proprietary software. Releasing the object code without the source code is one of the major characteristics of proprietary software as compared to the OSs. This is one of the major technical difference between the two. Much number of arrangements can be made between the vendor and customer in dealing with proprietary software. For example, the user might be permitted to see the source code and make changes, but not to distribute those changes to others, thereby reserving the right of the proprietor. Whereas OSs, on the other hand, propagates the releasing of the source code in the public domain in order to work upon it and make the changes available to others, thereby removing any sort of restrictions upon its usage. As defined by Richard Stallman, that free software is not free until the source code is not included with the object code. Furthermore, the usability of OSs is often criticized as it is not usually reviewed by the experts and therefore does not cater to the majority of users. Due to the lack of technical expertise, the ability to fix errors become comparatively lesser as compared to the proprietary software. The developments made in the software in case of OSs are made by the users themselves. They are the innovators as well as the users therefore, and question of ill target is completely removed. Whereas on the other hand, in case of proprietary software, the developers are not users and therefore are not aware of which functionality is required to be improved first and therefore is usually ill targeted. Therefore, developments added to open source software are considerably more efficient for a given level of adoption than for proprietary software. Open source software and proprietary software are highly different from each other on various grounds such as technical, developmental, security, cost, innovation, etc. The difference in the two also lies in the form of licenses and not only source code. Freeware. The word freeware has been so overused, its meaning is no longer clear. Today it is often synonymous with shareware, but for our purposes we can define freeware as software which can be downloaded, used and copied without restrictions. Legally, the difference between freeware and open source is that you do not have access to the source code. Organizationally, this makes a big difference. There is no community and no development infrastructure around freeware as there is around open source software. Thus, while you can use freeware as is, there is no real way to improve it or obtain support for it. Shareware. Shareware is a different concept. You can download and try shareware for free, but if you use it, you are supposed to pay for it. It is developed and released by someone who keeps full control of the intellectual property. The user does not have access to the source code and cannot modify it. There is also no collaboration or community around shareware. In the end, the only difference between shareware and commercial software is that you can download and try shareware for free. Like commercial software, you are ultimately dependent on the developer of shareware for enhancements and support. Shareware is demonstration software that is distributed for free but for a specific evaluation period only, say 15 to 30 days. After the evaluation period, the program gets expired and the user can no longer access the program. Only if you are interested in using the program further, the shareware provider may require you purchase a license for the software. Now, let me summarize the session. The free software movement strives for the ideal that all software in the world should be free. Ideals, however, are often hard to implement in practice, and that's where open source comes in. Richard Stallman summarized the difference in one sentence. Open source is a developmental methodology. Free software is a social movement. Free software advocates belief that freedom equates to value, while open source advocates belief that freedom leads to value. Both, however, agrees that software freedom is very important. Now, you can try to answer the questions given here. 1. Why is it important to understand that open source software is commercial software? 2. What are the technical differences between open source software and proprietary software? 3. Trace the historical importance and evolution of open source software movement. 4. What is copyleft? Is it the same as open source? 5. How does shareware differ from a proprietary software? Hope that you may go through the references for further understanding. Free or Open Source Software, A General Introduction by Kenneth Wong and Pet Sayo. The Open Source Movement, A Revolution in Software Development by Kevin Carillo, published by John Molson School of Business, Concordia University, Monroe. Open Source Software, A History by David Bretto, University of Connecticut. A Technical Opinion, Open Source were an open source software by Baldi S, Hare H and Mehla Bisha. Thank you for watching this program. We can meet again with another topic soon. Have a nice day.
I am happy to welcome all of you to this interface program. Today we have with us Dr. Jan Rod, His Excellency Consul General of Germany. Hello.
Hello, Professor Bashir.
Higher education of India. We would like to collaborate with the foreign universities. With regard to that, in which way German universities or higher education institutions of Germany can collaborate with us?
Professor Bashir, I am first happy to be here, and as you know, the German Consulate General is based in Bangalore. We are in Bangalore for now 4 years, and we have basically two priorities. One is trade promotion, and the other is to increase cooperation between Germany and India in higher education. Because South India especially is a center of higher education in India. You have many prestigious universities and institutes, and I have to say, in the last 4 years, the number of agreements between German and Karnataka and Kerala institutions of higher education has increased to almost 75 MOUs between Kerala, Karnataka universities and German ones. The young researchers, wonderful possibilities to do research here, and I also want to increase the possibilities for German researchers to come to India.
As a person who is looking outside India, the activities in higher education going on in India, you might have a good opinion about IITs and IIMs.
Yeah.
But what is your opinion about the Indian universities, about the standard of Indian universities?
You know, India has, like Germany, a vast landscape of universities. But in Germany, 95% of universities are public. So, in a way, we are on the one hand very similar. Your public universities have a very high standard, because through the University Grants Commission, you know, same standard is guaranteed all over the country. Of course, it varies from faculty to faculty, but I have to say, whenever I visit public universities in Karnataka or in Kerala, the standard is fairly high, and German universities are looking to increase contact, and it's fairly easy, but it's the task of the universities themselves. German universities are very autonomous, and we from the consulate only can facilitate this partnership, prospective partnership, and we have the means, because we have a science advisor whose sole responsibility is to facilitate contacts. But we also have the German Academic Exchange Service, has an office within the consulate.
In which way we can make tie-ups? In the form of sending students from India to Germany, or in the form of sending teachers from India to Germany, teachers or professors from Germany to India? In which way we can make tie-ups?
I think, we are here today first to entice students to pursue a PhD or a master's in Germany. This is one possibility. But you are asking about a two-way street, and I think this is the main, and this is a sustainable way of cooperation. So I think that the best way forward is if single faculties who have a special interest, who have identified German universities who are strong in this or that field, that they establish contact, and we can help you to establish contact. For example, in botany, there are several German universities which are very strong in this field, and if one of your faculty professors, deans, is interested to contact a German university, we can help you to contact this university first, and then the two have to go further. So we are mainly facilitators, and then it's very easy. There are grants available, by the German Academic Exchange Service to do that, and 75 partnerships already between Kerala, Karnataka universities speak how it works. As I said, Kannur University, Kerala University, they have already tie-ups.
Have you got any plan for spreading German language here? Will you send any resource persons for teaching German language here? Will it be beneficial to students of India if they study German language?
First let me say a word about Indian students in general and their ability to be proficient in several languages. All the Indians I meet, even in my office at the consulate, speak 4 or 5 languages. So language number 5 or 6 is no problem. And the Goethe Institute in Bangalore, or the Goethe Center in Trivandrum, and now in Kochi, they offer German language courses. We have interest by Kerala universities to teach German, to approach Dr. Syed Ibrahim, the head of the Goethe Center in Trivandrum and Kochi, to see out the possibility to establish a German language course. But I have to say, the number of Indian students in Germany at the moment is rising every year by 25%. There are 2 reasons for that. First, the most master's courses or a PhD are you can do completely in English, so you don't have to speak German. The second reason is there's no tuition fees in German universities. So the education is tuition free, also for foreigners. Both factors combined have led to an increase, and maybe a third factor is that Germany has a low birth rate. We need talent, and that's why we promote Indians to study in Germany. We have a shortage of engineers and scientists, and Indians are increasingly responsive to that.
Then regarding tuition fees, you are very generous. You are not levying any tuition fee. But what about the study expenses there? How can our Indian students meet their expenses for studies, their stay and food and all things? Do you give any fellowship for them?
So, since we don't charge tuition fees, the number of scholarships, there is a number of scholarships, but when you don't charge fees, you don't need to, give a scholarship to cover the fees. You have living expenses. They are about 700 euros, which is about $780 per month. But every student, whether German or Indian, can work part-time during his studies. And after graduation, let's say you do a master's or a PhD in Germany, every student is free to look for work 18 months. So it's very easy to get work permits, and we see the trend that a lot of Indian students, when they graduate, stay for some years in Germany before they might return to India or another country. So I would say it's a very cost-effective option, because our labor market situation is at the moment very good, especially when it comes for engineering and science students.
What is your opinion about Indian students? How do they excel there when they reach for higher studies in Germany? What about the standard of studying? Are they studious in studies?
Yes, I mean the number of Indian students is rising, and I have seen statistics that 90% finish successfully, over 95% the master's studies successfully. Of course, the universities also have a look at their marks. Students who are not, let's say, you know, whose marks are not sufficient, then for them, of course, like everywhere in the world, it's difficult to be accepted. But basically, Indian students are very successful, and he is not an Indian, but he's of Indian descent. The president of the German Universities Federation, his name is Professor Mukherjee. You know, he's of Indian descent. So the number of Indians having higher positions in Germany is increasing. The new mayor of our former capital, Bonn, is also of Indian descent. The number of Indians in Germany is at the moment rising from a small base, but also the people who work permanently there.
Have you got the statistics of the students who completed the studies there and they are working there? What is the preference? Do they prefer to remain in Germany, or do they like to come back to India?
Generally, we see a growing trend of people that they, after graduation, stay. But that doesn't mean, as I said at the beginning, Indian students are highly mobile. If you have a master's or a PhD, let's say in engineering, you might work for some years at, let's say, BMW, Mercedes, or at one of the other well-known manufacturing companies. And then often these people return to India to work at a German subsidiary here, whether it's in Pune, in Bangalore, in Chennai. And we see this trend because the German companies, they are looking for talent, and a lot of the German majors in India are increasing their manpower by a lot. And if Indians who have lived in Germany, they know both cultures. They are ideal, let's say, liaison between both cultures, and they are the perfect, let's say, recruits for these companies. So I know a lot of Indians in Bangalore who have studied in Germany, worked there for some years, come back to Bangalore or going to Pune.
The new trend is to mold the students of higher education who are able to employ as per the need of the industry. The industry decides which kind of products should come out of the higher education institutions. Keeping this in mind, in what recommendation you can give for the higher education institutions of India to make the higher education students of India able to work in the industries in Germany?
I mean, let me say first a very general remark. I believe in the freedom of choice. So first, you should study what you want. And when you study what you want, where your interests lie, you will excel, because there's your passion. You should not study because of employment, prospective employment. You know, if you study what you want, you are good in it. I believe it myself. And the advantage... But
the problem is that now there are many people with good certificates, but they are not employable in the space. And industry need many skilled persons. Such kind of persons are not available in the market, job market.
Yes, you have touched a point here. And I would argue that is one of the reasons why the German education system is attractive. Because you take engineering or you take science studies. The German system is very practically oriented. There is no German engineering student who hasn't done at least 3 internships. So, you know, we have this dual education system or vocational training system for the technical stuff. So when you become a plumber or an electrician or a nurse, everything has a 3-year training, and 70% of the training takes place in the company. For an engineering student, even in the first semester, he has to do an internship as a company. So when a German engineering student leaves the university, he knows industrial reality. He is readily employable. And sometimes there's a challenge at Indian universities that the engineering graduates are finishing, but they have never seen a factory from inside. So we have here a very strong, I would say, selling point. And German companies in India often tell me, we need half a year or 3/4 of the year to make the person who is very bright employable. And A German graduate, of course, needs also to be trained for the needs of the company, but it doesn't take a year or half a year. It takes 1 or 2 months. So here we are often in tie-ups. German universities help Indian universities to make the studies more practical, or to find companies where the students can pursue internships.
Okay, as a developing country, what is your opinion about India? In which kind of research we have to concentrate here in India?
You know, that's a difficult question. Is research only should it fulfill the short-term needs? I believe you need both. You need fundamental research without a short-term outlook, because sometimes you don't know where your research leads to, but you also need applied research. So I would argue in Germany we follow both. You have the fundamental research, Max Planck institutes, they are world-leading fundamental researchers. Then you have applied research at the Fraunhofer institutes. So there's a very strong connection of industry and academia. So take the head of the physics department at the University of Hamburg, for example. He might also be head of the Fraunhofer Institute for Material Sciences. In that capacity, he will be asked by Airbus to do research on this and that. So Fraunhofer has 23,000 scientists, among them 19,000 in Germany. So you need both. You need the fundamental research, which needs to be funded by government, and you need applied research. In Germany, 30% of research is funded by the government, but 70% is done by industry. So that is a traditional, let's say, setup, and then has proven very successful, because I would argue in a lot of fields German research is top-notch.
Okay, suppose if you plan to support India for a major research project, any one of the institutions in India, and which one will be opted by you?
You know, it would never be let's say selected, of course, by a German consulate. It is always an Indian. We have a lot of Indian research institutes, or universities, who have tie-ups with German universities, and then they apply for grants with the German Research Council. They have an office in Delhi through the EU, and I think it always depends on the faculties how they formulate their requests, and the numbers of research projects from India is actually growing. And in Bangalore I have more and more German researchers. Like as of this year, the German Academic Exchange Service will have a professor of polymer science based in Bangalore for 2 years. So the traditional, I would say, one-way street, Indians going abroad, is turning into a two-way street. Because the level of research, the quality, is very high in a lot of fields.
In which area you support research more? In science or in social science, language, or any other area? Which area do you prefer to give support, extend your support to Indian institutions?
I mean, there is but this comes from also from Indian institutions. There's a lot of focus on engineering and science, and I really want to underline that if you have good projects in humanities, social sciences, there are funds available. But 90% of all students from India are in the science or researchers and engineering fields. So from India, there seems to be a clear focus on these subjects. But, you know, if there is a research project Germany has a strong tradition in Sanskrit, for example. You know, we fund projects in Sanskrit. If the university where it comes from, you know, has a good project, I think there's no problem. And I think it's very important to keep an open mind and to be interdisciplinary often.
What about the preservation of manuscripts in India? What is your idea about that?
I was last year at the University of Kerala, where they have very old a library with a lot of Sanskrit Vedic inscriptions on palm leaves, and we were in preliminary talks to help preserve that. So the University of Calicut has a project where you need to preserve old scripts. We have funds for that. In my first posting in Jakarta, I helped, we had a big project with the university in Jakarta to preserve old scripts. So we are open to business for that. There are funds available.
And most of the Indian students are not aware of the facilities which are extended by the German people, German universities, and no doubt this deliberations will be helpful for the Indian students for pursuing their higher studies in Germany.
I mean, nowadays everybody is online, and I would entice all interested faculty, students to visit the DAAD website, and or if you put in studyingermany.de, then you find all the information about all the subjects, the universities to study there. You also find information about how to organize daily life, you know, and because, as I said at the beginning, we want foreign talent. Germany's only natural resource is its people. So we invest a lot in education, and we believe that education is our greatest asset. And we also want, in a global world, we want to cooperate, and that's why we need highly qualified students, and India has a lot of highly qualified talent.
We are happy to know that Indian students have possibilities there in Germany. But we as Indians, we wish that very majority of students will be able to go to Germany. And we want to bring foreign students here also. Foreign students as well as foreign teachers. When they come here, the exposure will be open to all the students. So, what is your opinion about sending your students and teachers to India?
I mean, I totally agree with you. The way forward is a two-way street. And as I said at the beginning, increasingly we witness that. All these university agreements I mentioned, they all contain an element where German faculty or German students spend a semester or at least some months at Indian universities. But the main point is it should be because it should be organized on a faculty by faculty basis, because, you know, if you have, let's say, Arabic or botany faculty who has a tie-up with a German university, that's the best way, because they can really tailor-made a program, you know, 5 months here and 5 months there. All the successful exchange agreements I have seen are between different departments of universities.
What is your opinion about promoting online courses, online programs through universities?
I mean, you know, the way you teach is vastly changing, and also German universities are offering that venue. But whether this or that university is offering this, you should really check with the university itself. And as I said, if you visit the website studyingermany.de, you can see how far this specific institution has ventured into this area.
As a person working in India, as Consul General of India to Germany in India, you are talking about Indian collaboration with Germany. You would like to know German collaboration with the other countries, any other countries. Is there any collaboration?
Of course. I mean, Germany is a country in the center of Europe, and we have 9 neighbors. And of course, it's natural that most German universities, when they first had foreign collaboration, you know, it was neighboring countries. And the EU has a program which is called Erasmus. So most German students spend, I would say 40% now, spend at least 1 year or half a year abroad during their studies. My own son, for example, he will go to France in the fall of this year France is a big destination for German students. It has language reasons to learn the language, and is likewise for Indian universities. In India, the university language is English, so you have a traditional bond with English-speaking countries. But since German universities now offer English courses, especially on the master's level, thousands of different courses, that's why we see this vast increase. Also, we see the vast increase in cooperation. Also, the increase in interest by German universities. I think, I would say the sky is the limit, and the numbers, the increase every year is very encouraging.
We are very happy to hear you. Thank you very much for your valuable advice.
Thank you, Professor Bashir.
Welcome friends to the session on Western theories of truth. Correspondence theory of truth. Meaning and importance of the problem of truth. The term truth has a variety of meanings. Some of these meanings include truth as state of being in accord with fact or reality. It can also mean having fidelity to an original or to a standard or ideal. In a common usage, it means constancy or sincerity in action or character. The direct opposite of truth is falsehood. Truth is one of central subjects in philosophy. Philosophers often ask questions like what is truth or what is time, rather than questions like is that statement true or what time is it. Philosophical questions are of the form what is X. According to Socrates, such questions are terribly important because if we do not know what X is, we cannot tell something is an example of X. For example, if we do not know what a man is, how can we say that Rama is a man? Or if we do not know what truth is, how can we tell a statement is true or false? So, knowledge of truth is important in philosophy. Epistemology. The term epistemology is derived from the Greek words episteme and logos. Episteme means knowledge and logos means science or discourse. Thus, epistemology means theory of knowledge or science of knowing. It is considered as the most important branch of philosophy. It investigates the problems relating to the origin of knowledge, nature and validity of knowledge, limits of knowledge, and the conditions of knowledge. The sources of knowledge, the methods of achieving knowledge, and the methods of evaluating knowledge claims also form the concerns of epistemology. The problems of epistemology can be stated as 1. Problems relating to the source of knowledge, and 2. Problems relating to the validity of knowledge. Kinds of knowledge. The word know can be understood as to recognize, to identify, to distinguish, to be acquainted with, to apprehend or comprehend a fact or truth. 3 different uses of the word are identified. 1. Knowledge by acquaintance. I know my friend John is an example of knowledge by acquaintance. In this kind of knowledge, we have personal and direct experience with the objects in the world, our thoughts and sensations. I know my friend John means I am acquainted with him. Our knowledge of personal feelings and experiences is a kind of knowledge by acquaintance. Perceptual knowledge is also knowledge by acquaintance. For example, we see a color in front of us or hear a sound. 2. Competence knowledge or skill knowledge. I know how to write English is an instance of skill knowledge. This is know-how. You may know how to ride a bicycle or use a computer. Competence knowledge involves the ability to do something or perform a skill either consciously or unconsciously. 3. Prepositional or descriptive knowledge. Example of prepositional knowledge can be stated as I know that sun will rise tomorrow, or S knows that P, where P is some statement or preposition. Preposition is the object of prepositional knowledge. It is a kind of assertion which claims that something is the case. So, preposition refers to what is being asserted or stated or claimed. Prepositions or assertions have truth value, that is, they are either true or false. Truth or falsity is a property of the assertion or preposition. Truth is a property of an assertion which says that things are a certain way when in fact they are that way, and an assertion is false when it says that things are a certain way when in fact they are not that way. Epistemology is concerned with the prepositional knowledge, and hence questions relating to nature of truth are basic to epistemology. What is truth? What is meant by saying that a particular statement is true or false? Truth cannot be solely a function of ideas. If it is true that there is a cat in the bathroom, then there must be a cat in the bathroom, not just any impression or idea of cat. Further, is truth different for different people who have different ideas and intellectual habits? Does it make sense to say that what is true for one person might nevertheless be false for someone else? Since truth is one of the conditions of knowledge and the goal of knowledge, philosophers have attempted to answer these questions. Theories of truth. In the history of philosophy, philosophers have attempted to explain the meaning of the concept of truth in different ways. Three of these explanations are important: the correspondence theory of truth, the coherence theory of truth, and the pragmatic theory of truth. The correspondence theory of truth. What makes an assertion to be true or false? What makes an assertion true or false is the way reality is or the way things are. Correspondence theory of truth is probably the oldest general theory of truth, going back as far as Plato in the history of philosophy. It maintains that truth is that which conforms to fact, that which agrees with reality, or that which corresponds to the actual situation. Truth consists in the relationship between the preposition or sentence and the facts or state of affairs that verify or confirm the prepositions. Here, a distinction is made between the fact and the statement of the fact. A statement is true when it corresponds to the fact. This way of explaining truth implies that 1. Truth is defined by reference to facts. 2. Truth depends on the relation between preposition and fact. 3. The relation between fact and preposition is called the relation of correspondence. Plato writes, "The true sentence states facts as they are, and the false one states things that are other than facts. In other words, it speaks of things that are not as if they were." Aristotle modifies this definition as follows. To say that what is not, or that what is not, is false. But to say that what is and what is not is true, and therefore also he who says that a thing is or is not will say either what is true or what is false. Bernard Russell, one of the greatest 20th century philosophers, says, a belief is true when there is a corresponding fact and is false when there is no corresponding fact. The correspondence theory of truth says that our beliefs are true if and only if they match up with our experiences with reality. For example, when I tell you there is a grapefruit in the refrigerator, what I tell you is true if and only if there is in fact a grapefruit in the refrigerator. So, the correspondence criterion of truth is so obvious that it is the common sense intuition that truth depends on something objective or independent of the mind in the world that makes it true. Beliefs are made true by an objective basis in reality. Ludwig Wittgenstein says, a proposition is a picture of reality. Let us examine the following statement using this common sense or picture theory. 1. The book is on the table. 2. The colors in the national flag are green, orange and white. 3. Dash is true of religion. 4. One ought not cause unnecessary suffering. 5. The law of gravity is a true law. We judge sentence 1, the book is on the table, to be true if we perceive the book to be on the table, and false if it is not on the table. The sentence and what it asserts can be tested for its truth value by observation. Likewise, we can look and see whether the national flag has the three colors claimed in the sentence. 2. The colors in the national flag are green, orange and white. Regarding sentence 3, dash is true of religion if all assertions of that religion turn out to be true, then the religion as a whole is true. Sentence 4, one ought not cause unnecessary suffering is a universal normative statement where the picture theory doesn't apply. Similarly, in the case of 5, the law of gravity is a true law. Also, picture theory fails to do justice, but they represent a wider version of correspondence theory as explained below. 1. Truth adheres to prepositions or statements and not to facts. The expression, there are true facts, often heard in law courts is wrong. Facts are not true or false, they just are. They are the subjects of prepositions. So, what is a preposition? Preposition is different from questions and imperatives, which make no assertion but only questions or commands. For example, is the book on the table is a question, and put the book back on the table is an imperative, but the book is on the table is an assertion or a preposition. Prepositions are the bearers of truth, since a preposition is either true or false. Prepositions assert the truth. 2. Facts or states of affairs point to reality itself. Examples are the book on the table, the flag with colors, the number of planets in the solar system. Facts exist even without our knowledge about them. For instance, in the case of the origin of the world or existence of God, if the universe did have an origin, then it originated the way it did. Whether anyone knows what that way is or not, and we may not know whether God exists or not exists, but God exists. 3. the relation of correspondence. This seems to be problematic. The exact one-to-one correspondence between the elements in the preposition and the elements in the state of affairs to which they correspond are difficult to explain. The question is the correspondence between the preposition and the fact one of identity or close resemblance or simply rough correlation? For example, the preposition "the turkey is in the oven" stands only for the fact that the turkey is in the oven. The turkey can be weighed, seen, eaten or savored. We can do none of these with the preposition. Do all the parts of the preposition have to correspond with items in the world? Perhaps this may be unnecessary, may require interpreting correspondence too literally. 4. Theory of external relations. The correspondence theory of truth is held by the realist. Realism, a contemporary movement in philosophy, tried to establish the objective existence of the phenomena. According to the realist, all objects exist independently. The theory of external relations is basic to the realist epistemology. According to the axiom of external relations, A and B are said to be externally related when neither modifies the nature of the other. For example, the pen on this table is externally related to the table because, in spite of the pen being on the table, the pen remains what it is and the table also remains what it is. Butler says, "Everything is what it is and not another thing." Perry speaks of realism as a theory of independence. In developing the theory of external relations, the realists were influenced by the logical and mathematical terms. The distinguishing characteristic of logical and mathematical terms is that these are independent terms. According to the realist, the subject and object of knowledge are externally related. The realist theory of knowledge is a typical instance of the principle of external relations. That is, in the knowing relation, neither the object nor the subject is in any way altered. Experiencing makes no difference to the facts. 5. Metaphysics of pluralism. The theory of external relations postulates the pluralist metaphysics. It means that there are multiple truths and each truth is independent of the rest. Facts are out there to be discovered. Experience makes no difference to them. The correspondence theory is connected with the realist metaphysics of pluralism, which says that the world is made up of multiplicity of atomic facts. Criticism. Several objections are made against the correspondence theory of truth. 1. Correspondence theory of truth is rejected on the ground that it is impossible to compare a judgment or statement with external reality. You can lay a yardstick alongside a board and observe whether they correspond, but you cannot lay a judgment beside a fact to see if they correspond. 2. The scope of the theory is limited. All cases of necessary truths cannot be counted for by it. For example, in the case of logic and mathematics and the meaning of historical sentences like Charles died in his bed. 3. There is no such thing as a statement or a belief that by itself is capable of corresponding to anything. 4. There is no such thing as facts that can be picked out independently of the language used to describe it. Now let us summarize. The question of truth is an important philosophical problem right from the time of Socrates onwards. Epistemology is interested in propositional knowledge. Propositions are either true or false. So, truth and falsity is a problem on epistemology. Realism advocates the correspondence theory of truth, which speaks of the relation between facts and propositions. If facts and propositions agree, we get truth and we get falsity if facts do not agree with propositions. Correspondence theory accepts the position of external relations and the metaphysics of pluralism. There are some assignments for you to work out. 1. Explain the problem of truth in Western philosophy. 2. Explain the theory of realism. 3. Discuss on the problem of epistemology. 4. Give an account on the correspondence theory of truth. 5. Explain pluralist metaphysics. I can suggest some books also for your further reference. 1. Introduction to Philosophy, George Thomas White Patrick, New York, Houghton Mifflin Company, 1924. 2. Introducing Philosophy, a text with integrated readings, Robert C. Solomon, Clancy Martin, Kathleen M. Higgins, Oxford University Press, 2011. 3. Jadunath Sinha, Manual of Ethics, Sinha Publishing House Private Limited, Calcutta, 1976. 4. Professor Sanyal J. and Professor Malik K. N. Ethics, Sri Bhumi Publishing Company, Calcutta, 1965. 5. Tilly Frank, A History of Philosophy, Central Publishing House, Allahabad. 6. Copleston Frederick S. J. A History of Philosophy, Volume 1, Greece and Rome. Image Publication, New York, 1993. 7. Stace W. T. A Critical Survey of Greek, Macmillan India Limited, 1982. 8. Mashi Y. A Critical History of Western Philosophy, Motilal Banarsidass Publishers Private Limited, Delhi, 2002. Thank you for watching this session. We will meet in another session with another topic. Till then, bye.
Hi friends, here we discuss on contour integrals, that is integrals of complex valued functions of complex variable. The integral of a complex valued function f of the complex variable set is defined in terms of the values f of z along a given contour C, extending from a point z is equal to z1 to a point z is equal to z2 in the complex plane. It is therefore a curve integral, usually called a line integral, and its value depends in general on the contour C as well as the function f. It is written as integral over C fz dz, or we can write it as integral z1 to z2 f of z dz. The notation integral z1 to z2 f of z dz is used when the value of the integral is independent of the choice of the contour taken between the two endpoints z1 and z2. This will be explained in the next session. Precise definition of line integral is that suppose the equation z is equal to z of t, that is z is equal to z of t. Here t varies in between a and b. A less than or equal to T less than or equal to B. Equation number 1. This represents a contour C extending from a point Z is equal to Z of A to a point Z2 is equal to Z of B. Let the function f of Z be piecewise continuous on C. That is the function f of Z of T. F of Z of T is piecewise continuous on the interval A less than or equal to T less than or equal to B. We define the line integral or contour integral of f along C as follows. That is, integral over C fz dz is equal to integral over A to B. Instead of fz we have f of z of t into z dash of t dt. Equation number 2. Next we have the existence of this equation. Note that since C is a contour, z dash t is also piecewise continuous on the interval A less than or equal to T less than or equal to B. And so the existence of the equation 2 is ensured. Next we have some properties of line integral. We now state some results. That is, the first one is linearity. If Z0 is a complex constant, first we have integral over C Z0 f of Z dz is equal to Z0 into integral over C f of Z dz. We can mark this as equation number 3. This is the first property or the first theorem. Next again we have this linearity, that is, it is just like integral over C fz plus gz dz. Here we have two functions fz plus gz dz. This is equal to integral over C fz dz plus integral over C gz dz. Equation number 4. This is again linearity property. Associated with the contour C, which extend from the point Z1 to Z2, used in the integral 2, is the contour minus C consisting the same set of point but with the order reversed, so that the new contour extend from the point Z2 to the point Z1. That we can draw a figure, that is, this is our x axis and the y axis, or we can say real axis and imaginary axis. Here this is our Z1, this is our Z2, this is our C1, and again C2 is from Z2 to Z1, that is in the reverse order. This is our C2, it is from Z2 to Z1. Next we have sense reversal property or sense reversal theorem. It states that integral over minus C fz dz, integral over minus C fz dz is equal to nothing but minus integral over C fz dz. Equation number 5. Next equation. If C has the parametric representation, that is Z is equal to Z of t a less than or equal to t less than or equal to b, then the contour minus c has the parametric representation z is equal to z of minus t, where this t varies as minus b less than or equal to t less than or equal to a. Sorry, here we have minus a. Thus, integral over minus c f z dz, which we can write as is integral minus c varies from minus b to minus a f of z of minus t into z dash of minus t dt, where this z dash of minus t denotes the derivative of z of t with respect to t evaluated at minus t. After a change of variable in the last integral, we find that integral over minus c f z dz is equal to, this we can write as minus integral over c f z dz. Next we have a definition. Suppose that C consists of a contour C1 from Z1 to Z0, that I will draw. That is, C1 is a contour from Z1 to Z0, followed by a contour C2 from Z0 to Z2. That is, it is just like this. C1 is from Z1 to Z0, here we have Z2. C1 is a contour from Z1 to Z0 and C2 is from Z0 to Z2. Z0 to Z2. This is our C1 and this is our C2. The initial point of C2, that is, the initial point of C2 is Z0, which is the terminal point of C1, that is the final point of C1. Sometimes the contour C is called the sum of its legs C1 and C2, as is denoted by C1 plus C2. The sum of two contours C1 and minus C2 is well defined when C1 and C2 have the same final points and is written C1 minus C2. Next theorem is partition of path. Suppose that C consists of a contour C1 from Z1 to Z0, followed by a contour C2 from Z0 to Z2, the initial point of C2 being the terminal point of C1. Then we have integral over C fz dz, which is equal to integral over C1 fz dz plus integral over C2 fz dz. This is our equation number 6. Suppose that C consists of a contour C1 from Z1 to Z0, followed by a contour C2 from Z0 to Z2, the initial point of C2 being the terminal or the final point of C1. Then there is a real number C where Z0 is equal to Z of C, such that C1 is represented by Z is equal to Z of T, A less than or equal to T less than or equal to C, and C2 is represented by, again, Z is equal to Z of T, here T varies as C less than or equal to T less than or equal to B. Now by definition 2, we can write integral over C fz dz as integral over C fz dz as integral from, it is from A to B, f of z of t z dash of t dt, as A less than or equal to C less than or equal to B. Using result from calculus, we have integral over C fz dz is equal to which is equal to integral over A to C, it is from A to C, f of z of t z dash of t dt plus integral over c to b f of z of t z dash of t dt. That is integral over c f z dz is equal to, here it is from a to c, it is our c1. So I can write integral over c f z dz as integral over c1. This is integral over a to c f of z t z dash t dt. So this I can write integral over c1 f of z dz plus this is nothing but integral over c2. It is integral over c2 f of z dz. This is equation number 6. Next theorem is that if w of t is a piecewise continuous complex valued function defined on an interval a less than or equal to t less than or equal to b, that is closed interval a b, then theorem says that it is modulus of integral a to b w of t dt. It is less than or equal to integral of a to b modulus of w of t dt. Over here a less than or equal to b. The proof is left as an exercise for you. Next we have a theorem, a named theorem, ML inequality. If m be any non-negative constant such that mod fz less than or equal to m everywhere on a contour C and L is the length of C, then says that modulus of, theorem says that modulus of integral a to b fz, it's not from a to b, we can take it as integral over c, integral over c fz dz, it is always less than or equal to ml. Question number 7. This is our ML inequality. According to definition 2 above, we have modulus of integral c fz dz it is equal to modulus of integral a to b f of z of t z dash of t dt by definition 2 and is less than or equal to, I can interchange this as less than or equal to integral a to b mod f of z of t z dash of t dt using theorem 5. That is modulus of integral over c fz dz is always less than or equal to integral a to b mod f of z of t z dash of t dt. Since the values of f on c satisfy the inequality mod f of z less than or equal to m, then modulus of integral over c fz dz which is less than or equal to integral over modulus of integral over c fz dz is less than or equal to m into what remains integral over a to b mod z dash of t dt. The integral on the right represent the length L of the contour C. So hence from this we can write it as less than or equal to ml. This is the length of the contour. This is the proof. Next we have a remark. That is equation number 7 is a strict inequality when the value of f on C are such that mod f of z is strictly less than m. Note that since all of the paths of integration to be considered here are contours and the integrands are piecewise continuous functions defined on those contours. A number m, such as the one appearing in inequality 7, will always exist. This is because the real valued function, that is mod f of z of t, is continuous on the closed bounded interval a less than or equal to t less than or equal to b when f is continuous on C. And such a function always reaches a maximum value m on that interval by maximum minimum theorem for real valued functions defined over closed bounded interval. Hence, we can say mod fz has a maximum value on C when f is continuous on it. It now follows immediately that the same is true when f is piecewise continuous on C. We can discuss what is maximum minimum theorem for a real valued function defined over closed bounded interval. That is, let I is equal to closed interval AB. That is, it is a closed bounded interval, and we are defining a function f, not merely a function, it is a continuous function f from I to R. Then f has a absolute maximum and an absolute minimum on I. That is what our theorem says that. Next, we have definite integral in calculus can be interpreted as areas, and they have other interpretations as well, except in special cases. No corresponding helpful interpretation, geometric or physical, is available for integrals in the complex plane. We can evaluate it. That is the first method of evaluation. Line integral by the use of the path. It is our theorem number 7. Suppose the equation, that is z is equal to z of t. Of course, t is in the closed interval AB. Mark it as new equation number 1. It represents a smooth curve C extending from a point z is equal to z of A to a point z2 is equal to z of B. Here our z1 is equal to z of A and z2 is equal to z of B. Let the function fz be piecewise continuous on C. That is, the function f of z of t is piecewise continuous on the interval closed interval AB. Then the line integral or contour integral of f along C is given by integral over C fz dz is equal to integral over A to B f of z of t z dash of t dt. Equation number 2, where this z dash is nothing but dz by dt. Next, we have some examples, that is to find the integral over C z square dz, where C is the line segment from z is equal to 0 to z is equal to 2 plus I. That is integral over C fz dz. Here our fz is, we can write it as fz is z square, and z varies from 0 to 2 plus I. This is our real axis, imaginary axis. It is from 0 to, here we have 1, 2, I, like that. It is a point 2 comma I. Z varies from 0 to 2 plus I. The curve C is like this. This is our curve. To find the equation of the line segment C, we first find the equation of the line passing through the origin, that is through 0, 0. That correspond to z is equal to 0 and 2, 1 that corresponding to z is equal to 2 plus I. And it is given by, equation is given by y minus 0 is equal to 1 minus 0 by 2 minus 0 into x minus 0. This is the equation. That is, simplifying, I can write y is equal to what? X by 2, or in terms of x it is equal to x is equal to 2y. Hence, C is the line integral given by the parametric equation z is equal to 2y plus iy. Here y is in between 0 and 1. 0 less than or equal to y less than or equal to 1. This is our equation number 8. Instead of 8, one can take the following parametric equation also, as z is equal to x plus I into x by 2. Z is equal to x plus I into x by 2. Here x varies as 0 less than or equal to x less than or equal to 2. We know that the equation number 8 is a parametric equation in the parameter y. Hence, z dash is equal to dz by dy, which is equal to 2 plus I. So that dz is equal to 2 plus I into dy. Also, on C, z is equal to 2y plus iy gives z square is equal to 2y plus iy gives, no, it is 2y plus iy whole square. Z is 2y plus iy, here we have z square, it is 2y plus iy whole square, which is equal to, on simplification we get it as 3y square plus I 4y square. Hence, using the definition given by equation 2, noting that y varies from 0 to 1. Here, integral over c z square dz is equal to integral over 0 to 1 3y square plus I into 4y square into 2 plus I dy. On simplification, we get it as integral over 0 to 1 this integral over 0 to 1 3 plus 4I into 2 plus I into y square dy. This on simplification we get 3 plus 4I into 2 plus I, they are constant, we can take outside, integral over 0 to 1 y square dy. It is nothing but 2 by 3 plus 11 by 3 I. On simplification it is 2 by 3, or you can say 2 plus 11 I by 3. Next we have to find integral over c z bar dz, where c is the upper half of the circle, mod z is equal to 1. That is, here z is from minus 1 to 1. That is integral over c z bar dz. Here z varies from minus 1 to 1. Z varies from minus 1 to 1. That is the upper half circle. Here is our 1, here is our minus 1. This is our C, minus 1 to 1. Here C is given by z is equal to e raised to minus I theta. e raised to minus I theta. Of course, this theta varies in between minus pi less than or equal to theta less than or equal to 0. Hence, on C, we can take z bar is equal to e raised to I theta and dz is equal to minus I into e raised to minus I theta d theta, and hence integral over C z bar dz, we can write integral over C z bar dz as which is equal to integral, here it is from minus pi to 0, e raised to I theta, we have z dash of theta as minus I into e raised to I theta d theta. Here we have minus e raised to minus I theta d theta, which is equal to, we can take minus I outside because it's a constant, minus I into integral minus pi to 0. What remains? It is, here we have e raised to I theta and e raised to minus I theta. So, here we have only d theta remains, which is equal to minus I into integrating d theta, we have theta, the limits are from minus pi to 0. So, it is equal to minus pi I. Using theorem 3, the parametric representation for minus C is equal to, which is equal to, that is minus C as z, which is equal to e raised to I theta. Here, theta varies from 0 less than or equal to theta less than or equal to 2 pi. No, it is pi. That is minus e, z is equal to e raised to I theta, theta is in between 0 and pi. Hence, integral over C z bar dz, which is equal to minus integral over minus C z bar dz, which is again equal to minus integral 0 to pi e raised to minus theta I e raised to I theta d theta, again which is equal to minus pi I. Next example is to evaluate the value of the integrals, that is I is equal to integral over C z bar dz and integral over C dz by z, where C is the right hand half, that is z is equal to 2 e raised to I theta, where theta is in between minus pi by 2 and pi by 2 of the circle mod z is equal to 2. From z is equal to minus 2i to z is equal to 2i. That is, it is just like this. This is our 2i, this is our minus 2i. It is the right half. This is our C. It is in between 2i and minus 2i. It is of course the x axis, and again here it is the y axis. Solution is that according to our definition 2, we can write I is equal to integral minus pi by 2 to pi by 2 e raised to I theta bar into its derivative, that is 2 e raised to I theta dash d theta. Since e raised to I theta bar is equal to e raised to minus I theta and e raised to I theta dash is equal to I e raised to I theta, that is its derivative, we have I is equal to minus integral over minus pi by 2 to pi by 2 e raised to I theta into 2i e raised to I theta d theta, which is equal to 4i integral minus pi by 2 to pi by 2 d theta, which is equal to what? It is simple but 4 pi I. Now, to evaluate the next one, that is integral over C dz by z, we know that when a point z is on the circle mod z is equal to 2, it follows that mod z square is equal to 4, which implies that z bar is equal to 4, or we can say z bar is equal to 4 by z. Hence, the above result, that is I is equal to 4 pi I, enables us to evaluate mod integral over C dz by z. We can say it as integral over C dz by z is equal to integral over c, what, 1 by 4 we have z bar into dz or z bar dz, which is equal to 1 by 4 integral over c z bar dz. That is, we can take 1 by 4 outside, that is 1 by 4 is a constant. So, integral over c z bar dz. It is again 1 by 4 into 4 pi I, which is equal to pi I. Next to evaluate integral over c z dz, where c is the first quadrant of the unit circle mod z is equal to 1. From z is equal to I to z is equal to 1. That is, our figure is like this. It is in the first quadrant. Z varies from I to 1. Here it is I, this is our 1, like this. The parametric equation of the part of the circle is z is equal to e raised to minus I theta, which is equal to cos theta minus I sin theta, where theta is in between minus pi by 2 to 0. Also, dz is equal to minus I into e raised to minus I theta d theta. Hence, integral over c z dz, integral over c z dz, we can write it as integral, here it is from pi by 2 to 0, pi by 2 minus pi by 2 to 0, e raised to minus I theta into minus 1 minus I into e raised to minus I theta d theta. On simplification, it is equal to minus I into integral minus pi by 2 to 0 e raised to, here we have e raised to minus I theta and here we have e raised to minus I theta. So, it is integral minus pi by 2 to 0 e raised to minus 2 I theta d theta. On integration, we have it is minus I into e raised to minus 2 I theta by 2I over the limits minus pi by 2 to 0, which is equal to 1 by 2 cos 2 theta minus I sin 2 theta over the limits minus pi by 2 to 0. On applying the limits, it is from minus pi by 2 to 0. On applying the limits to theta, it is equal to 1 by 2 into 1 minus minus 1. It is simply but 1. Next example is, we have to evaluate integral over c dz by z minus a. Where the c is a circle mod z minus a is equal to r, oriented in the positive direction. That is, the given circle is like this. Centered at A with the radius r. We may write the parametric equation of the circle as z is equal to a plus r e raised to I theta, where theta is from 0 less than or equal to theta less than or equal to 2 pi. Hence, dz is equal to r I e raised to I theta and z minus a is equal to r e raised to I theta. Therefore, integral over c dz by z minus a is equal to integral over c dz by z minus a is equal to integral 0 to 2 pi r, our dz is r I into e raised to I theta divided by r e raised to I theta d theta, which is equal to, we can cancel e raised to I theta, so and r also, so which is equal to integral over 0 to 2 pi d theta I d theta, integral 0 to 2 pi I d theta. This I is a constant we can take outside, and integral d theta we know it is theta. So the answer is 2 pi I. Next example is we have to find integral over c z minus a whole raised to n dz. We have to show that is integral over c z minus a whole raised to n dz. Not to evaluate, we have to show that it is equal to what? 2 pi I if n is equal to minus 1, and otherwise it is 0, that is when n is equal to n naught is equal to minus 1. Where n is equal to minus 1, we have to show integral over c z minus a whole raised to minus 1 is equal to 2 pi I, and in the other case z minus a whole raised to n, where this n is not equal to minus 1, the value is equal to 0. Where c is the circle, mod z minus a is equal to r, oriented in the anti-clockwise direction. The case when n is equal to minus 1, that is the first case, is already done. That is in the earlier example. We proceed in the same line. We may write the parametric equation of the circle as z is equal to a plus r e raised to I theta, 0 less than or equal to theta less than or equal to 2 pi. Hence, dz is equal to r into I e raised to I theta, and z minus a is equal to r into e raised to I theta. Therefore, integral over c z minus a whole raised to n dz, which is equal to integral 0 to 2 pi r raised to n e raised to I n theta into, put a bracket here, into r I into e raised to I theta d theta, which is equal to I into r n plus 1. Here we have r raised to n, and here we have r raised to n plus 1 integral 0 to 2 pi. What remains inside that integral? E raised to I into n plus 1 theta d theta. Here by combining these two, we can, here it is e raised to I into n plus 1 theta d theta. This is equal to, this I can write as, which is equal to I into integral 0 to 2 pi d theta whenever n is equal to minus 1. Or I can write it is equal to, the value is equal to I r into n plus 1 integral 0 to 2 pi e raised to I into n plus 1 theta d theta whenever n not equal to minus 1. That is the value which is equal to 2 pi I when n is equal to minus 1, and here it is 0 if n not is equal to minus 1. Since for e raised to I into n plus 1 into theta by I into n plus 1 over the limit 0 to 2 pi, the value is equal to 0. The next example, proceed as in the previous example, that is integral over c dz by z minus z naught raised to n minus m plus 1. The value is equal to 0 whenever m not equal to n, and the value is equal to 2 pi I when m is equal to n. Next we have integral of a non-analytic function that is dependent on path. That is the example where the value of the integral depend on the path. In this example, where value of the integral depends on the path, we first let C1 denote the contour OAB, that is, . This is our A, here we have B. This is our C1 and we can mark this as our C2. Here it is I, 1. So, the point is 1I. This B point is 1I. And evaluate the integral over C1 fz dz as integral over OA fz dz plus integral over AB fz dz. That is integral over C1 fz dz. We can take it as integral over OA fz dz plus integral over AB fz dz. Question number 8. Where this fz is equal to y minus x minus I 3x square, that is z is equal to x plus iy. On the leg OA, x is 0 and y varies from 0 to 1, and hence its parametric representation is z is equal to 0 plus iy, where 0 less than or equal to y less than or equal to 1. And since x is equal to 0, at points on that leg, the value of f vary with the parameter y according to the equation fz is equal to y, where 0 less than or equal to y less than or equal to 1. Consequently, noting that dz is equal to I dy, we have integral over OA fz dz is equal to integral over 0 to 1 yi dy, which is equal to I into integral over 1 y dy, which is equal to I by 2. So, it is equal to I by 2. On the leg AB, y is 1 and x varies from 0 to 1, yielding the parameterization z is equal to x plus I, where 0 less than or equal to x less than or equal to 1, and so noting that dz is equal to dx, we have integral over AB fz dz as integral over 0 to 1 minus x minus 13x square dx, which is equal to integral 0 to 1 minus x dx minus 3i into integral 0 to 1 x square dx, which is equal to 1 by 2 minus I. In view of equation number 8, we now see that integral over C1 fz dz is equal to, that is integral over, here it is integral over AB, the value is 1 by 2 minus I. So, integral over C1 fz dz is equal to is equal to 1 minus I by 2. Equation number 9. If C2 denotes a segment OB of the line y is equal to x, that is, this is our C2, with parametric representation z is equal to x plus ix, 0 less than or equal to x less than or equal to 1, noting that dz is equal to 1 plus I dx. Integral over C2 fz dz is equal to integral 0 to 1 minus I into 3x square into 1 plus I dx, which is equal to 3 into 1 plus I into integral 0 to 1 x square dx, which is equal to 1 minus I. Equation number 10. That is, we can write it as integral over C2. Integral over C2 fz dz. It is 1 minus I. Equation number 10. Evidently, then the integral of fz along the two paths C1 and C2 have different values, even though those paths have the same initial and the same final points. Also, we note that the value of the integral of fz over the simple closed contour, that is, here it is O, A, B. This is our figure C1, this is our C2. That is, over the simple closed contour OABO or C1 minus C2 is integral over C1 fz dz minus integral over C2 fz dz, which is equal to 1 minus I by 2 minus 1 minus I by 2 minus 1 minus I. It is equal to minus 1 plus I by 2. The next example is integral of a non-analytic function dependence on path. That is, we have to integrate fz is equal to real part of set, that is x, from 0 to 1 plus 2i. Here we have two paths. Zero to 1 plus 2i. This is our C1, our C2, and this is C star. That is, we have to integrate along C star and along C. That is, C consisting of C1 and C2. This is the point 1 plus 2i, and this is C1, 1 to 1 plus 2i, it is C2, and 0 to 1 plus 2i, that is our C star. Solution says that the parameterization of C star is given by set of t is equal to t plus 2it. Hence, that, and also this t varies in between 0 and 1. Hence, set dot t, which is equal to 1 plus 2i, it is nothing but the derivative. Set dot t is equal to 1 plus 2i, and f of z of t is equal to x of t on C star. F of z of t is equal to x of t, that is real part, on C star. Thus, integral over C star real part of z dz is equal to integral over C star real part of z dz, which is equal to integral 0 to 1 t into 1 plus 2i dt, which is equal to 1 by 2 into 1 plus 2i. On simplification, it is equal to 1 by 2 plus I. That is, the value is equal to 1 by 2 plus I. Integral over C star. The next one, we now have C1 is equal to z of t, which is equal to t, and of course C dot of t is equal to 1, that is again the derivative. We denote C dot as z dot as derivative, and f of z of t is equal to x of t, which is equal to t, where t varies in between 0 and 1, and C2 is equal to z of t, which is equal to 1 plus it, again z dot t is equal to I, and f of z of t is equal to x of t, which is equal to 1, 0 less than or equal to t less than or equal to 2. Thus, integral over C real part of z dz is equal to integral over C1 real part of z dz plus integral over C2 real part of z dz, which is equal to integral on C1, it is integral 0 to t, 0 to 1 t dt plus integral 0 to 2 1 into I dt. It is equal to 1 by 2, the value is 1 by 2 plus 2i. Note that this result differs from the result in A, that is on the differs with the part A. Next example, the value of the integral is independent of the path. We begin here by letting C denote an arbitrary smooth arc z is equal to z of t, a less than or equal to t less than or equal to b, from a fixed point z1 to a fixed point z2. In order to evaluate the integral, that is I is equal to integral over C z dz integral over C, that is I is equal to integral over C f z dz, which is equal to integral a to b z of t z dash of t dt. We know that d by dt of z of t whole square by 2 is equal to 2 into z of t into z dash of t by 2, which is again equal to z of t into z dash of t. that we all know. Thus, we can write I is equal to Z of t square by this square is for the Z of t square by 2 over the limits a to b, which is equal to Z of b whole square minus Z of a whole square by 2. But we have Z of b is equal to Z2 and Z of a is equal to Z1. And so, I is equal to Z2 square minus Z1 square by 2. Z2 square minus Z1 square by 2. This shows that in this example, the value of the integral depend only on the endpoints of C and is otherwise independent of the arc that is taken. We may write integral over Z1 to Z2 Z dz is equal to Z2 square minus Z1 square by 2. That is, we can write it as integral Z1 to Z2 fz Z dz. Fz is Z. So, integral Z1 to Z2 Z dz is equal to Z2 square minus Z1 square by 2. Equation number 11. Compare this with the previous example where the value of an integral from one fixed point to another dependent on the path that was taken. This expression 11 is also valid when C is a contour that is not necessarily smooth, since a contour consisting of a finite number of smooth arcs Ck, where k varies from 1 to n, joined end to end. More precisely, suppose that each Ck extend from Zk to Zk plus 1, then we have integral over C Z dz is equal to we can write this as, which is equal to sigma, that is summation k varies from 1 to m, what, Z k plus 1 square minus Zk square divided by 2, which is equal to Zn plus summation, it is from 1 to n, it is equal to Zn plus 1 square minus Z1 square by 2. That is our equation number 12. It is Zn plus 1 square minus Z1 square by 2. Equation number 12. Z1 being the initial point of C and Zn plus 1 its final point. It follows from this expression that the integral of the function, that is fz is equal to z, around each closed contour in the plane has value 0. Once again, compare previous example where the value of the integral of a given function around a certain closed path was not 0. The question of predicting when an integral around a closed contour has value 0 will be discussed in the next several sessions. That question is central to the theory of functions of a complex variable. Hope you enjoy the session. See you next time. Till then, take care.
institution or practice like a Kula Dharma, where knowledge is handed down from one generation to the next, follows the Gurukula system. It is both rigorous and tedious. A student's day begins at 3 in the morning with the practice of eye movements, followed with recitation of slokas in specific ragas like Shrikanti. Students have to be in the difficult half-sitting posture of Pane Nilkuga all the while and have to rotate their hands while reciting. Next they practice chari or feet movement for a couple of hours, followed by the Nritya Kriya. Only after completing these exercises flawlessly and effortlessly, the students are taught the kriyas of plays. The atoms are practiced to achieve synchronization of mudra, that is the hand gesture, chari, the feet movements, and bhavas, that is the facial expressions with the recitation of the sloka. All these are completed before 8 in the morning. At night, they sit rigidly cross-legged and practice 21 different eye exercises. It is said that a student must actually breathe through the eyes in order to express the rasas adequately. It is necessary to memorize Attapragarams as well.
പിന്നെയാണ് മുദ്ര. അത് സന്ധ്യ കഴിഞ്ഞ നേരത്ത് മുദ്ര പഠിപ്പിക്കുക. ആ മുദ്ര പഠിപ്പിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി രാമായണ സംക്ഷരം എന്ന് തോന്നുന്നുണ്ട്. അത് കുറച്ച് മുദ്രയായാൽ പിന്നെ അതിങ്ങനെ കുറേ കാണിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ കുറേ മുദ്രകൾ അതിൽ വരും. മുദ്ര പഠിക്കുന്നതോടെ മുദ്രയുടെ സ്ഥാനം ഉറക്കുക, മുദ്ര കണ്ണും കൂടി യോജിപ്പിക്കാനായിട്ട് പഠിക്കുക.
The study of Sanskrit is interspersed into all of the physical practice, and the performers are usually scholars in language and literature. The Nambyas, who are the musicians, also have a taxing and exacting training schedule. They have to master the drum beats to accompany the kriyas of each play. Final training session is the Chulliyatam, that is, rehearsals of plays. The dancers and musicians learn to coordinate with each other and perfect the expression of the rasas. The musicians should understand the ragas and play talas suitable for the occasion, blending and modulating the rhythm and intensity of their performance to supplement and support that of the dancer. The Kudiyatam phenomenon is incomplete without the makeup and costume. Some Nambyas specialize in Aharya and Vesha, that is makeup and costume, the practice of which demands patience and dexterity.
Bharata has given details of Natyagrahas in Natyashastra. The second chapter of Natyashastra is exclusively devoted for giving descriptions of Natyagraha. But it is slightly different from the present the Kutambalams. The Kutambalams were created, the temple theatres were constructed when the Kudyatam moved close to the temples, to the temple premises. That was somewhere in the 14th and 15th centuries.
Devasyagre Dekshinato.
There are at least 20 remaining Kutambalams, or permanent theatre houses, all attached to the temples. Most temples dating to the 15th and 16th centuries have a Kutambalam to the left-hand side, in front of the sanctum for Kuta and Kudiyatam performances. The architectural pattern of the Kutambalam is based on text like the Tantra Samuchaya, Shilparatna and Maya Mata. These texts explain that if the perimeter of the Kutambalam is divided by 24, then 10 of these units will be the breadth and the rest will be the length. The nature of the rafters is peculiar to the Kutambalams. There are 16 main rafters, supported by many more parallel and angular rafters. The joints and intersections of each rafter is intricately carved with mythological figures and patterns. The square stage located at the end of the Kutambalam extends up to the center of the Kutambalam. The Kuttapasthanam, where the mirror is placed, is at the back of the stage between the doors leading to the green room.
There will be no obstructions for seeing the actor or seeing the characters from any part of Kutambalam. Similarly, the voice, the modulations will reach all the parts of the Kutambalam. Similarly, the running also reaches everywhere. There will be no problem for voice or visual effects. The audience, they have to sit close to the actor. Normally, in the Kudiyatam there will be only 1 or 2 actors, the most 3 or 4. So, the audience can concentrate on the actor, on a single actor and his acting and especially his facial expressions. To facilitate this kind of appreciation of a performance, the temple theatres are most effective.
performance, enhancing the mood and lending to the Rasabhinaya. The chief accompaniment is the mirava, a percussion instrument. The mirava is a big pot with a leather stretched and tied across its mouth. It is kept in a vertical position in a stand. Sitting on top of the stand, the Nambiar plays the mirava. In response to a hand gesture from the Chakyar, the Nambiar stops playing and the Chakyar recites his verses. Music begins with a Vachikabhinaya or recitation of the Sanskrit verses. The Chakyas have a unique way of chanting the verses. They do not follow the realistic mode of speech, but use character-specific or occasion-specific ragas in Udvata and Anudvata swaras. The Chakyas call it Swarattai Cholluga. The modes of chanting have come down from Guru to Sishya down the ages. In this sequence from Ascharya Chudamani, Act 1, Lakshman performs in Chetti Panjanam, while Lalita uses Indolam.
ശൃംഗാരരസം അഭിനയിക്കുന്നതിന് ആർത്തം എന്നാണ് ആർത്തം എന്ന രാഗത്തിലാണ് ശൃംഗാരരസം അഭിനയിക്കുന്നത് എന്നാണ് സാധാരണ തീരോദാത്ത നായകന്മാർക്കൊക്കെ അഭിനയിക്കാനുള്ളതായ ഒരു രസമാണ്. ശൃംഗാരത്തിന് അഭിനയിക്കുന്നതാണ് ആർത്തൻ. എന്നാൽ രാക്ഷസന്മാർക്കാണെച്ചാൽ സംഭവ ശൃംഗാരത്തിലെ മുഡ്ഡൻ എന്നുള്ളതായ ഒരു രാഗമാണ് അഭിനയിക്കുന്നത്.
നേത്ര പരമ്പര ഫലവതി ധീരേ തരേയം മമ
The performance of King Pururasa in Vikram Urvashi is characterized by the Triputa Talam. The jatis for the various talas are played on the mirava for the dancing and the abhinaya of the performer. Two instruments are used, one to keep time and the other to play the vinyasa, to set the mood. For the Vidushaka, the rhythm is the quick-paced Ekatala. The instruments playing in tandem vary in accordance with the subtle variation of the performer's acting movement, character and bhava. The idakya, an hourglass-shaped percussion instrument, supports the mirava. Talam, the cymbals, are used by the Nandyar for keeping talam to support the mirava. Shankar, the conch, is used to indicate the introduction of an important personality like a king.
പാട്ടുകള് വരുന്നതും അത് അഗ്നിയിൽ വന്ന് വീണ് അവിടെ കിടന്ന് പറയുന്നതും പിന്നെ യാതൊരു കേടും കൂടാതെ പറന്നു പോകുന്നതും ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ള അഭിനയങ്ങളെ ആദ്യം തന്നെ കൈ കെട്ടി നിന്ന് കണ്ണുകൊണ്ട് മാത്രമായിട്ടാണ് അഭിനയിക്കുന്നത്. ഈ കണ്ണുകൊണ്ട് മാത്രം അഭിനയിക്കുന്ന സമയത്തിൽ ഈ വാദ്യപ്രയോഗത്തിന്റെ ശക്തിയാണ് ഇതിന് ജീവനുണ്ടാക്കുന്നത്. ഈ ഉദ്ഘാടനങ്ങളൊക്കെ ചെയ്യണതൊക്കെ അധികം ആനന്ദ താണ്ഡവം എന്ന് പറയും. ആനന്ദ സമയത്താണ് അധികം ഈ ഉദ്ഘാടനങ്ങളെ കൂടിയാട്ടത്തിലുള്ളത്. ഉദ്ഘാടനത്തിന് വേറെ ഒരു ശങ്കുവർണ്ണന്റെ ഒരു ഉദ്ഘാടനമുണ്ട്. ശങ്കുവർണ്ണന്റെ ഉദ്ഘാടനം ശങ്കുവർണ്ണൻ ഈ ഇന്ദ്രജിത്ത് ഹനുമാനെ ബന്ധിച്ചു എന്നുള്ളത് ഇവിടെ വന്ന് പറയുന്ന സമയത്തിങ്ങൾ സംവൃത്തം തുമുലം യുദ്ധം സംവൃത്തം തുമുലം യുദ്ധം സംവൃത്തം തുമുലം യുദ്ധം ഇങ്ങനെ താളം പിടിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ചാടി കൊണ്ട് ഞങ്ങളെ അവിടെ യുദ്ധമുണ്ടായി, ഗംഭീരമായ യുദ്ധമുണ്ടായി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് വരണതായ ഇത് സംവൃത്തം തുമുലം യുദ്ധം. ഇത് താളം ചതുരശ്രജാതി ത്രിപുടലുള്ള തക്ക 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 താ തക്ക താ തക്ക താ. അഭിനയത്തിന് സകല പുഷ്ടികളെയും കൊടുക്കുന്നതാണ് ഈ വാദ്യം. ഒരു പർവ്വതമെന്നോ ഒരു നദിയെന്നോ ഒരു യുദ്ധമെന്നോ എന്ത് കാണിച്ചാലും അത് കാണിക്കുന്നതിനനുസരിച്ചുള്ളതായ വാദ്യപ്രയോഗം ചെന്നാൽ മാത്രമേ അതിന് പൂർണ്ണ ജീവസ് ഉണ്ടാവുള്ളൂ, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അത് അത്ര ഫലിക്കില്ല. കൈലാസ ഉദ്ധരണം കാണിക്കുകയാണെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ കൈലാസത്ത് എറിയുന്ന സമയത്തെങ്കിൽ അതിനനുസരിച്ച് കൊട്ടി കൊടുത്താൽ മാത്രമേ ആ കൈലാസത്തിന്റെ ഘനവും അതിന്റെ വലുപ്പവും അതിന്റെ മുകളിലേക്ക് പോകുന്നതായ ആ വിഷയവും ഇതൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടാക്കി തീർക്കണമെങ്കിൽ അതൊക്കെ വാദ്യകാരന്റെ കയ്യിലാണ്. ആ വാദ്യപ്രയോഗത്തിലാണ് അതിന്റെ ജീവസ് മുഴുവൻ കൊടുക്കുന്നത്. അതിന്റെ സകല മർമ്മവും അവിടെ ഇറക്കുന്നത്. അത് വേണ്ടപോലെ ആയാൽ മാത്രമേ അത് ഫലിക്കുള്ളൂ. അതാണ് ശയ്യാഹി നാട്യസ്യ വദന്തി വാദ്യം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞത്.
for the Kailashodharanam section performed by Ravana. Again, a quick-paced Triputa Talam is used.
Hello and welcome to the session on Content Management System. A few years back, the only way for you to develop a website was to write all the HTML and CSS codes by hand. These days are, however, over thanks to the modern and quickly developing content management systems. This chapter will try to explain what CMS is all about and give you examples of popular content management systems. What is a content management system? In order to define a content management system, we need to look at the components the term is made up of. What is content? Content is in essence any type or unit of digital information. It can be text, images, graphics, video, sound, documents, records, etc. or in other words, it can be anything that is likely to be stored and managed in an electronic format. What does the management of content refer to? Because the information being managed is digital in nature, the method of managing is also typically conducted electronically. The management refers to the process of storing content via rules and process or a combination of the same, often with associated workflows, so that the content is deemed to be managed rather than unmanaged where it is located. What is a system that manages the content? The system itself is definable as a software tool or combination of software tools that facilitate the efficient and effective management of the content so as to achieve the desired output. So pulling all three definitions together, let us define what is a content management system. A content management system is a software application or set of related programs that are used to create and manage digital content. The content management system will allow you to build your website using a wide selection of different plugins and add-ons available for the various systems. Content management systems can be thought of as being a large box of bricks. You can then choose what specific bricks you want to build your website from. The CMS is well known for its ability to provide templates that allow a content author to manage the creation, modification and removal of website content without the need to know hypertext markup language. A content management system, abbreviated as CMS, and it is a set of automated process which reduce the number of people which had to be involved on handling the digital content life cycle. Besides that, a CMS represents as an application or tools that are developed to help organizations to create, edit, review and display electronic messages. Basically, a CMS is utilized to manage the content of the website. It is a piece of software that provides a template to allow users to manage their web contents internally without needing any programming knowledge. In other words, CMS allows the user to design and update a website without having to use programming code or language at all, since CMS lets the website itself to handle most of the work involved in creating it. Hence, utilizing CMS is a quick and organized way of developing a new website or to enrich the contents of an existing website. CMS is frequently used for storing, revising, controlling and publishing contents in a website. Data in a CMS can be defined in many ways, for example in movies, documents, scientific data, pictures and many more. Also, it simplifies the tedious and difficult task of codifying out the features of the website and the information it displays. Instead of hard coding the requirements, it enables a user to manage their own website contents by interacting with the user-friendly interface provided by the CMS. Compared to the usual way of coding, using the CMS is like editing a Word document via Microsoft Word without having to rewrite a new document manually. CMS has the potential to substantially transform the methods of managing a website by practically allowing any users, be it technical or non-technical ones, to manage a website conveniently. All it needs for a CMS user to manage a website is to have a computer with an internet access to upload new contents from anywhere and at any time. History of Content Management System. In the early 1990s, Microsoft and Lotus have provided their customers the capability to update certain types of online contents in their product. Then, the concept was further used to develop the first content management tool, which was from VNet with Story Server around 1996. Within a short period of years, other vendors like Interwoven, Broadvision and Documentum have started to release new CMS packages into the market. Between the year of 2000 and 2005, the industry sector had to deal with waves of merger and acquisitions issues, thus ceased providing support to users and packages were either abandoned or merged. In the year 2007, there were three types of CMS available: software editing, online editing and hybrid systems. From the year 2008 to current year, content management systems are getting improved significantly and allow users to manage the text, documents, audio, video and images. The concepts behind content management systems were being introduced into other fields of the marketing mix. Integrated email marketing functionality was used in many systems and applied into their CMS, allowing users to track between the email and website functions. Advanced systems have been used to bring the offline work into the content management platform. CMS systems are now able to manage printing materials, PDFs and other offline communications in a similar way to websites as well as emails. So how come there are so many CMS solutions? We know that there are many different types of digital content. It follows that there are many different types of CMS. These are the most common examples. Types of content management system. In this section, we will be focusing on the 6 main categories of CMS which are widely used in the market. The 6 main categories are the Enterprise CMS, Web CMS, Document CMS, Mobile CMS, Component CMS and Media CMS. Enterprise Content Management System. Enterprise CMS is a system which utilized combination of variety tools and technologies that allows user to manage the organization's unstructured information between organizations. ECM is used for capturing, managing, maintaining, storing and delivering the contents messages as well as any documents which are related to the organization. ECM allows user to manage the complete life cycle of the contents from the time contents are firstly being added to finally being removed. The wise management of contents is crucial for attaining the business goals. Document Content Management System. A document content management system is a computer system used for collecting and storing digital documents or images. Document content management system actually not so different from content management systems and also overlaps with the concepts of it. Document content management systems have a wide variety of functions which include storing and structuring electronic documents and metadata, structuring, provide document security, document control and adhering to compliance as well as indexing and retrieval capabilities. Document CMS have an enhancement to allow system to manage any type of the file and store into the system. The applications later expanded the capabilities to further enhance and audit electronic documents, collaboration tools and security. Mobile Content Management System. Mobile CMS are one of the types of content management system which are able to keep and deliver the services as well as the content to mobile devices such as smartphone, PDAs and other mobile phone. Mobile content management systems may possibly be discrete systems or may be developed as part of add-ons or modules of other larger content management systems which have the capability of multi-channel content delivery. However, mobile content delivery has many non-constraints and limitations including small storage capacity, limited wireless bandwidth, small screen size and significantly weak device processors compared to other alternatives. Component Content Management System. Component CMS allows the management of contents at the component level instead of being at the document level. Components are represented as concepts, topics or assets such as tables, images and product descriptions. These components could be as small as a single word or lines of definition or as large as a chapter. Furthermore, multiple content assemblies that contain components can be viewed as traditional documents. Each of the components has its distinct on life cycle that includes the owner, the version of it, usage approval for users and usage descriptions. These information can be traced as part of an assembly or individually. Media Content Management System. Media Content Management System provides users the capability to create, manage, modify and publish contents conveniently on the websites developed by the media. Anyone who can surf the web can easily make any content changes through the use of word processor. Through a browser-based interface and a word-like text editing tool, CMS requires little effort in learning and comprehending its usage methods to become productive. This significantly saves the cost for ongoing content maintenance caused by hiring designers and programmers. In addition, managing websites with media, CMS also allows user to delegate responsibility without losing control since it makes the management of contents secure by determining which users can access, change and approve the contents. This ensures only authorized users can manage the right contents at the right time. Web Content Management System. Web CMS is a piece of web application software implemented for the purpose of creating and organizing HTML contents as well as controlling and managing dynamic web materials. A WCMS provides the advanced functions of content creation, content managing, editing and other important web maintenance functions. This software provides specially designed authoring tools that allow users to create and manage electronic data for the web page with relative ease without any technical knowledge. WCMS aids the non-technical users in making changes to a website without the need of coding expertise. It basically requires an experienced coder to set up and add the needed features first, but then allows non-technical administrators to use it as a website maintenance tool. Such a content management system typically has two major components. The first one, A content management application is a front-end user interface that allows a user, even with limited expertise, to add, modify and remove content from a website without the intervention of a webmaster. The second one, a content delivery application, compiles that information and updates the website. Types of web content management. There are three major types of WCMS: offline processing, online processing and hybrid systems. Offline processing. These systems pre-process all content, applying templates before publication to generate web pages. Since pre-processing systems do not require a server to apply the templates at request time, they may also exist purely as design time tools. Adobe Contribute is an example of this approach. Online processing. These systems apply templates on demand. HTML may be generated when a user visits a page or pulled from a cache. Most web application frameworks perform template processing in this way, but they do not necessarily incorporate content management features. MediaWiki generally follow an online model with varying degrees of caching, but generally do not provide document workflow. Hybrid systems. Some systems combine the offline and online approaches. Some systems write out executable code, for example JSP, ASP, PHP, Perl, etc. pages rather than just static HTML, so that the CMS itself does not need to be deployed on every web server. Web content management system features. A web content management system is a software system used to manage and control a large dynamic collection of web material, which includes HTML documents and their associated images. A CMS facilitates document control, auditing, editing and timeline management. A web content management system will often contain the following features. First one, automated templates. Create standard output templates that can be automatically applied to new and existing content, allowing the appearance of all of that content to be changed from one central place. The second one, easily editable content. Once content is separated from the visual presentation of a site, it usually becomes much easier and quicker to edit and manipulate. Most WCMS software includes WYSIWYG, which means what you see is what you get. Editing tools allowing non-technical individuals to create and edit content. Third one, scalable feature sets. Most WCMS software includes plug-ins or modules that can be easily installed to extend an existing site's functionality. The fourth one, web standards upgrades. Active WCMS software usually receives regular updates that include new feature sets and keep the system up to current web standards. The fifth one is workflow management. Workflow is the process of creating cycles of sequential and parallel tasks that must be accomplished in the CMS. For example, a content creator can submit a story, but it is not published until the copy editor cleans it up and the editor-in-chief approves it. The sixth one, document management. CMS software may provide a means of managing the life cycle of a document from initial creation time through revisions, publication, archive and document destruction. Seventh one, content virtualization. CMS software may provide a means of allowing each user to work within a virtual copy of the entire website, document set or code base. This enables changes to multiple interdependent resources to be viewed or executed in context prior to submission. The eighth one, low cost. Some content management systems are free, such as Drupal, Easy Publish, Typo3, Joomla and WordPress. Others may be affordable based on size subscriptions. Although subscriptions can be expensive, overall the cost of not having to hire full-time developers can lower the total cost. Plus, software can be bought based on need for many CMSs. The last point, good for SEO. CMS websites are also good for search engine optimization. Freshness of content is one factor that helps, as it is believed that some search engines give preference to websites with new and updated content than websites with stale and outdated content. Usage of social media plugins help in weaving a community around your blog. RSS feeds, which are automatically generated by blogs or CMS websites, can increase the number of subscribers and readers to your site. URL rewriting can be implemented easily, which produces clean URLs without parameters, which further help in SEO. There are plugins available that specifically help with website SEO. Apart from these advantages or good features, the web content management system possesses many disadvantages too. Maintaining CMSs may require license updates, upgrades, and hardware maintenance. Certain CMSs may require hardware installations. Commitment to the software is required on bigger investments. Commitment to training, developing, and upkeep are all costs that will be incurred for enterprise systems. Because the URLs of many CMSs are dynamically generated with internal parameters and reference information, they are often not stable enough for static pages and other web tools, particularly search engines, to rely on them. Players of CMS. The basic participants in the CMS are content editors, players who decide what content to publish and where. Content publishers, players who publish the content on the web. Content authors, players who create the content for the web. CMS allows non-technical authors and editors to easily and quickly publish their content, which is otherwise done by technical programmers. This is an important issue for the modern organization. The quicker you get key content published, the more value and emphasis it creates. CMS establishes defined publishing processes and specific publishing rights to various individuals. By using these facilities, the company can save the time for training while facilitating more people to publish. Anatomy of CMS. The CMS manages the entire life cycle of pages from creation to archival. The functionality of a CMS can be broken into 4 main components. The first one being content creation. The front end of a content management system is an easy-to-use authoring environment designed to work like Word. Enables a user to create new pages or update content without having to know HTML. Often drop and drag functionality to rearranging pages and how they link together. The second one, content management. Once a page has been created, it is saved into a central repository in the CMS. The repository allows the user to keep track of all the versions of the page, ensure only users who have the right access can change sections of the site, integrate with existing information sources and IT systems. The third one, publishing. Once a final content is in the repository, it can be then published to the website. The powerful publishing engines allow the appearance and page layout of the site to be applied automatically during publishing. The CMS lets the graphic designers and web developers specify the appearance that is applied by the system. The fourth one being the presentation. The content management system can also provide a number of features to enhance the quality and effectiveness of the site itself. Whether you need to set up a blog, a portal for some specific usage or any other website, which content management system is right for you? That is a question you're going to ask yourself early on. So here it is very essential to examine what is open source content management systems and what makes it differ from proprietary ones. We will discuss the open source content management system in the next chapter. Now, let us summarize what we have discussed in this session. CMS is regarded as a set of very good facilities or tools that are used in managing the content or information in a website. This system will undoubtedly bring a lot of benefits to an organization which is heavily involved in the management of the website contents. Besides that, it also helps non-technical users to perform editing and creation of the new layout or contents they needed without the request of a programmer. The development cost of CMS will gradually become cheaper and cheaper due to the rapid change of the environment and technology. Nowadays, the market has also provided a lot of open source CMS for users. Therefore, in order to get a better strategy views in deciding whether to implement CMS in the business, the user must understand well about CMS, such as the pros and cons of utilizing CMS as well as the needs of the organization. This is because a bad strategy that leads to the wrong selection of a CMS will affect the whole company's performance. Now, you can try to answer the questions given here. 1. What is search engine optimization? 2. What is enterprise content management system? 3. What do you mean by WYSIWYG? 4. What do you mean by Joomla? 5. Who are the basic participants in CMS? Hope that you may go through the reference books given here. Professional Content Management Systems by Dr. Andreas Mauth, published by Multimedia Communications Lab, COM, Germany. Web Content Management Systems, Features and Best Practices, first edition by Dean Barker. WordPress, The Missing Manual by Matthew MacDonald. Thank you for watching this program. We can meet again with another topic. Have a nice day.
Hello, welcome to Interface. Our guest today is Professor Aisha Kidwai, who is a professor in Jawaharlal Nehru University in linguistics. At the same time, she's a person who has been very actively involved in the Anti-Sexual Harassment Committee of the university. And Professor Aisha is a person who has been traveling the length and breadth of India, looking at cases of sexual harassment in the universities, which has turned out to be a very, very critical problem encountered in many of the institutions of higher learning in India. So, Aisha, let me ask you, how relevant or how important is Anti-Sexual Harassment Committee and its work in the present Indian context?
Well, it is of fundamental importance. One challenge before all countries and in places that want to be democratic is that not only should there be equality of opportunity, but also equality of access. While our constitutional measures implement a lot of giving equality of opportunity, sexual harassment affects the access that individuals, particularly women, might have to education. In the society we live in, which is patriarchal, where there is a lot of discrimination that starts from the home, education offers one opportunity of release and of breaking out of that cycle. When in an educational institution sexual harassment happens, that immediately forces inward, an inward retreat, if you want. Women cannot complain, their performances in their work are immediately affected, and a very male and a very repressive character of the institution can become the work culture. So to address really essentially questions of productivity, also of course of human rights and of a society that we aspire to, looking at sexual harassment as a serious problem is absolutely of the essence.
how long has it been since this anti-sexual harassment committee has been, the guidelines it has evolved have been implemented in our universities? So, and how supportive has been UGC of the whole concept?
So, as you know, the Vishaka judgment from August 1997 of the Supreme Court was instrumental in giving birth to sexual harassment law in this in our country. The Supreme Court also in subsequent orders said that until legislation is passed for this process, that to implement anti-sexual harassment committees, the orders that it had issued were binding. In 1998 itself, the then UGC chairperson and the Hammer Women's Studies committee passed notified to universities that they should have institute these committees immediately, which gave them student and teacher representation. So the first step in universities was one which was more or less democratic in character, which wanted to build together a consensus in the institution against a gender discriminatory atmosphere and for effective resolution of complaints of sexual harassment. This has been, since then there have been a number of court cases asking the government, asking for implementation of these guidelines, and the UGC has did notify them to all institutions. However, compliance with these institution norms have been, there's either lip service, right? So people appoint a sexual harassment committee, but nobody knows about it. It receives no complaints, and given the reality of India, it's impossible to think of a situation where there is no sexual harassment in societies as riven as ours on these lines. In 2013, in the immediate aftermath of the popular mobilization and protests around the rape case of the Nirbhaya rape, the UGC constituted, since university campuses were so involved in it, especially those in Delhi were so involved in the protest, it instituted a committee headed by, which was measures, to look into measures for the protection and safety of women on campuses. This committee met for over a year, headed by Mary John and Meenakshi Gopinath. I was a member of that. And we have drafted an elaborate set of guidelines, which are to take care of a whole range of issues besides sexual harassment, gender sensitization courses, the kind of infrastructure, etc., that you need, that must be guaranteed so that campuses are safe and secure for women.
Is that report which is called Saksham report? You're referring to that?
I'm referring to the Saksham report.
One thorny issue that has often been encountered is how to define sexual harassment. There is a huge difference pointed out between sexual harassment and gender discrimination. So how do you, how has the committee, kind of conceived and defined?
Our thinking on this matter has always been really defined by the Vishaka judgment, which, and now the Sexual Harassment Act from 2013. Both of these there's a whole history of sexual harassment law that comes from places outside India. And it's the insights of those legal traditions and actually implementations that have gone into defining sexual harassment. The most important thing about sexual harassment is that the behavior must be sexually determined with some kind of sexual motivation and must be unwelcome. In this definition, unwelcome physical contacts or advances, or sexually colored remarks, even anything verbal, or even just leering, gazing, up to an outright request for sexual favors, are all covered. Traditionally in the legal system of the world, this is called hostile working environment sexual harassment, because it makes the conditions for a woman, to her workplace, unacceptable and inimical to her to continue. A more extreme form of sexual harassment is what is called quid pro quo sexual harassment, where the demand for sexual favors is accompanied with a threat that if you do not submit, then you will be disadvantaged or even advantaged in your employment. So our understanding here in India now is in these two areas, but the Sexual Harassment Act has actually extended who can ask for this redress in a very interesting way. It's not only a complainant. So somebody acting on her behalf. What if the woman is dead? Her kin can also ask for redress. Or it could be even a women's group.
Right.
Because a number of cases that have appeared in the recent 10 years or so, there is the Ruchika Girotra case where the young woman committed suicide and her friend took up.
Right.
So to enable that, even to understand that it is not only an individual who is being redressed, but a social wrong that is being remedied.
How forthcoming have been the women students after these anti-sexual harassment guidelines have been kind of popularized among the institutions of higher learning? One question is how welcome or how ready have been our institutions of higher learning to implement these things, and even after they have implemented or they have this committee in force, how empowered or enabled are the women students to come and launch complaints, what have you been your experience after being...
See, in my own experience, my university, Jawaharlal Nehru University, had a head start because we had started working on the need for such a policy group of students and teachers well before actually the Vishaka judgment came as well. And we are a small campus and generally it was easier to do so. We got our committee in 1999, but even for us it was a huge learning curve. Elsewhere, committees have mostly been, just appointed notionally in response
to these UGC directions.
Yes. And this is most recently evident where in Delhi, the Delhi Commission for Women asked for statistics from universities as to how much, how many complaints. This is in the law that the government department concerned must have it's the Ministry of Women and Child, must have ask the institutions what is happening with your sexual harassment cases. And it turns out that in of the universities in that region, JNU has the most number of complaints, 50 over 3 years.
Is it because only JNU is ready to accept?
Yes. So now there are two ways that you can look at it, that you can see the JNU is the den of sexual harassment, right? Or that it has an effective complaints committee. So the short answer to your question is women will come forward to complain if the institution shows that it will be ready to act.
Yes.
On matters of, on complaints of sexual harassment. Wherever women have got message that this is just a notional committee.
Yes. Actually, that is a sad case in India, and very often, many places, it's a notional committee. So how do you get this to act? How do you get this committee to act? Is there some kind of a monitoring authority that kind of, measures or has institutionalized certain measures?
So the Act institutionalizes certain measures and it makes the government department in charge of asking for reports. But also it says that if you have a notional, it has a various tiers of committees. So there's going to be a workplace internal committee and also something which is called the local committee, which the government has failed to set up, which is at a district or a block level, where you can actually go to either committee. You can go to your institutional committee, you can go to the local committee. Unfortunately, none of the government hasn't, as far as I know, implemented the local committees. But also at the same time, when institutional monitoring can also be done by funding agencies like the UGC.
Right.
And in our proposals to the UGC, we've suggested that they should themselves have a cell that monitors.
Right. They don't have a cell as yet?
They don't have a cell as yet. And that they should, because frequently what I understand happens is that when colleges complaints, or universities don't listen to complaints write to the UGC or any other funding authority.
Yes.
So we hope that the UGC will, it's been now 2 years, so we are waiting for it to.
Yeah, since you submitted the Saksham report.
And so
what is the status of it? Is it being discussed and?
Well, we hear that, periodically, reminders are sent out asking for their, for the implementation of the recommendations. It's a, a whole series across, spanning across many parts of the university framework. And, we expect that implementation will happen and that there will be effective monitoring.
Okay, all right.
Because in places where committees have started, and they very assiduously, very sincerely inquire into cases, and even when a complaints committee finds against respondents, but particularly if he is politically powerful, either no action is taken,
right,
or the courts are used as a means to stymie the
delay the process also.
And this all exacts a tremendous cost on the complainant, because usually in many places women do not complete their studies, right? And even if we've seen actually across India that complaints committees are not given the powers that they should
have.
By
what are those powers? Could you just?
Well, I mean, so one is complete autonomy. By the Vishaka judgment and by the Sexual Harassment Act, the committee has to be 50% women and or headed by a woman. It must represent more than one level of the administration of the. Now, in universities, it's absolutely essential that this cannot be only teachers. There's non-teaching staff, there's officers, and of course there are students.
And are there members of the public present there in the committee?
No,
it's completely.
So one is the first complete guarantee that there will be representative.
Okay.
And in the Saksham report, keeping the notion, idea of what the university and the workplace is, we insisted that this representational nature must be absolutely key to forming, establishing. This is not prescribed by the law. So that power to actually be autonomous of the administration, and the act is very clear that the committee submits its report and the employer must submit a parallel report about action taken.
Okay.
However, in practice what happens is that the committee submits its report and no action is taken, and there is no monitoring on that. The committee also has powers to give interim relief. So, starting from Vishaka, there was, if it's a woman employee working in a particular department where she has made a complaint of sexual harassment, she has the right to either ask for her transfer, or that other person to be transferred, and the right to take leave which is, in excess. Typically what happens is the first thing they do is they shunt the woman out. And leaving the, because evidence is, or at least some corroboratory testimony, is to be found in her part of the workplace. So she gets cut off. Right? And she has no access to the witnesses, whereas hierarchical superiors do.
They do,
So, actually implementing a fair process. So, very few committees have very detailed rules. Right? Because they have the nature of a domestic inquiry, but they are very, it's a sensitive matter, which can cause psychological trauma. So, implementing that is, such powers, the ability to get access all documents. Right? This is something that universities and workplaces very rarely give. The right to command all documents. And the fact of the matter is that once the complaints committee does its job, how the employer initiates action, right, is no longer in the committee's control or jurisdiction. So, committees are frequently just completely stymied, though they do their best to help complainants and do impartial inquiries. If people are not guilty, then they say they are not guilty. But whether it's not leading to an atmosphere where there is actually redressal.
So when we're talking about redressal, that's another very, very knotty issue in this. How do you kind of, decide upon what is the action or what is the penalty? I don't know whether it's the right word. In other words, what is the sense of justice? How is the justice given to the woman in terms of how do we understand that? Is it in terms of a concrete punishment to the offender? Or what are the different kinds of punishment? Is it correctional or is it punitive? I mean, what is the nature? Because after all, they are students, and I think the offenders will also be students, or teachers to faculty also. So, what has been your experience of this?
You know, the Act has introduced a scheme for compensation as well.
Compensation too.
Monetary compensation, considering the loss of career of a woman, the mental trauma, any medical expenses, etc. that she may have. But in a university institution, one has to conceive of the range of penalties to be extremely wide ranging. Because as you said, we want some certainly to be corrective. We want people a chance to reform, to repent, and also just to learn, that this was the behavior that I brought to the classroom or the playground is not. But the first concern and the primary focus must be immediately to provide relief to the complainant. So the important thing is that the committee must act on the receipt of a complaint. What the GNU committee does is, as soon as it receives a complaint, within 2 working days, it sends what we call an order of restraint to the person who has been charged with sexual harassment, saying that you cannot talk about this case, you cannot publicize it, you must not approach the complainant.
Oh, really?
And this restraint order has proved very successful.
This order of restraint is common to all anti-sexual harassment committees, or just in JNU?
In JNU, but that's something that the Saksham committee has also recommended that you explore. And our experience has been that what this means is, because the restraint order also says that if you violate this order, then you will be, this will be added to your list of offenses. I don't know if we can, of course, prove it. Now, because the anatomy of a sexual harassment event is like this, that, woman complains and then a huge amount of pressure is invested upon her, either through family or through teachers or through caste groups, and she's told, no, don't, he has a wife, he has a child, or what will happen to your career, the shame and the blame. And what the restraint order does is take away that pressure from the woman. And if she wants other interim relief, even if he wants interim relief, counseling has been offered to both men and women. We don't impose it. So that's the first goal. Now, when you have, particularly first time offenses of a relatively minor nature, our committee, and this is our recommendation section, that one should look at creative ways which will help change behavior.
The person,
So, especially amongst young men and young women, there are, love relationships or relational romantic attraction, and learning how to take somebody saying no is also part of the learning process. And the committee, even when it does an inquiry, is mindful of that. That when it says that this is the corrective measure. So, in the past, in JNU, what we've done is ask people to be volunteers for the anti-sexual harassment committee. We've also asked them to, go take a course, write an essay, things which will
make them explore.
Make them explore and handle grief. And we use the resources of other students and, experienced people in the university to help people counsel. And cases where we found that there is, really a cause for mental illness, etc., those people are not penalized at all. Rather, what we do is
medical help.
We provide medical help. And so, in such cases of hostile working environment, sexual harassment, we try and diffuse the situation. But in cases of what is called quid pro quo sexual harassment, where there is a hierarchical superior who is harassing a student or a junior employee, we do not, we are bound, of course, by the Government of India rules also that sexual harassment is a crime of moral turpitude. So it, by definition, attracts a major penalty. So that's the legal position. But we also believe that the most fundamental trust relation is of a teacher and a student, and the abuse of power by a teacher is not acceptable. and so that so there are a range of penalties which are harsher
on the teachers,
on the teachers, and following what are within our service rules.
Yeah. Aisha, you said that you people have submitted a suction report. Already UGC has the set of anti-ragging guidelines, anti-sexual. What is the essential difference between the two? Where is the UGC rules lacking?
Yeah, so in a component, sexual harassment can be a component of ragging, and they both rub on that nasty, thing of dominance and humiliation of the other. So the motivations of those are both, both come from the same bad place, which is to make people feel small, unwanted to exercise power. Sexual harassment can occur, however, in a situation which is not involved in, you being new in an institution. Right? And can arise out of interpersonal relationships. So, a teacher doesn't rag a student.
No.
Right? But a teacher may sexually harass a student. So, while they are very similar, and sexual harassment is a component, they're not identical. And they represent, actually two different histories. Right. So, ragging, I think, comes from a caste-based society and a desire to inflict that humiliation. Right? But sexual harassment comes from a patriarchal, idea of power and how to control women's bodies, minds, and freedom.
No, so is that the essential difference? I mean, from what is the exact contribution of Suction report? It elaborates and clarifies this point further?
No, I mean, of course it does that too, but it does a number of things. It looks especially after the Nirbhaya movements in December 2012, I'm sure you saw all those people standing with placards saying, we need a change in mindset.
Yeah, I know.
And so, it's one to understand how the university can be a catalyst in producing a change in mindset. Because just as women come from environments, families, and cultures in which they can't say no, and they feel ashamed, men too come from cultures in which they are repressed and they are socialized into, behavioral patterns which are actually insulting to women, but that's the only way that they know how to do it. So, the committee proposes a slew of measures including gender sensitization courses, actually writes down full modules, gender sensitization workshops, looks at infrastructure. So, one pitiable fact is that toilets for women are really a rarity in most of our educational institutions. It's some 3:1 ratio. Right. So, how our buildings, our campuses, spaces are really hostile to women's health, safety, and freedom of mobility.
Regarding very often these guidelines and these rules they work like a backlash, in the sense like women are more suppressed in order to ensure their safety.
The Suction report speaks out very strongly against that. And it says that policing and protectionism is a problem, not a solution.
So, Aisha, that was a very illuminating talk, and I think we need to explore this further. Maybe at the next another interview, maybe we'll be able to talk in detail. And I hope the universities carry forward this particular Suction report and the UGC guidelines in more effective ways. Thank you.
Welcome to the session on features of dialectical method. The dialectical method. Dialectic is the method of progression among concepts whereby a more true or adequate concept is generated from inadequate beginnings. through overcoming the oppositions intrinsic to them. Origins. The term dialectic is used by Plato to describe the method of Socrates, who used to seek philosophical truth through disputation. In ancient Greece, dialectic was a kind of disputation undertaken as a game or exercise in which questions were asked and answers for the most part had to be yes or no. This is for Plato a method preeminently suited to finding truth, no matter whether the dialogue is carried on with another person or in one's own mind. Aristotle deals with dialectics in his Topics, books 7 and 8, and contrasts it with the inferior methods of disputation used by sophists. But Aristotle also thinks that dialectic, which teaches how to argue for or against a certain opinion, is inferior to logic, which teaches how to establish proofs. Later in the modern period, Kant gives a far more comprehensive meaning to the term, and it is this meaning which Hegel adopts, and by making use of it in a manner wholly antipathetic to Kantian philosophy, develops it into the cornerstone of his philosophical system. We will focus on these two important expositions of the method. Kantian dialectic. In the second part of Critique of Pure Reason, Kant diagnoses the failure of pure reason, trying to show that the attempt to employ concepts outside the limits prescribed by their empirical application leads inevitably to fallacies in the form of paradoxes, incoherencies, and direct contradictions. This inevitable tendency of reason to transcend the limits of intelligibility Kant calls the dialectic of reason. Kant tries to show that all the traditional metaphysical arguments, specifically rationalist ones, arguments about the substantiality and immortality of the soul, the infinitude of the universe, the necessary existence of God, and the reality of free will, are inevitably grounded in contradiction and paradoxes. The principal and most compelling instance of such reasoning is that as to the existence of God, and it is to the refutation of the traditional arguments for God's existence that Kant turns his attention in much of the dialectic. In particular, he presents a famous refutation of the ontological argument, a refutation which a great many have chosen to regard as conclusive and also as damaging to the whole enterprise of rational theology. According to the ontological argument, the idea of God being conceived as the idea of a perfect being, his existence should be contained among his necessary attributes. For to conceive of perfection and yet to conceive of it as non-existent is to conceive an impossible contradiction in terms. A non-existent perfection would not be perfect. Hence, God must exist. Kant's refutation of this consists of an argument that turns on the premise that existence is not a predicate. No concept can imply its own instantiation, and the logical character of existence is misrepresented by any attempt to make it part of the concept of a thing. It is therefore impossible, Kant argues, to advance from the concept of God to the existence of God. Thus for him, the dialectic is the process of fallacious reasoning by which reason arrives at untenable knowledge claims concerning the self, the world as a whole, and God. Hegelian dialectic. In the Kantian analysis, it is not entirely clear whether the limits of human understanding and the limits of truth are one and the same, or whether, on the contrary, he is hinting at a world of things in themselves about which we can at least know that we do not know them. Because of this ambiguity, it has been possible for Hegel to interpret Kant's critique of pure reason as eventually upholding the same. The Kantian contradictions, Hegel thinks, are only contradictions from the limited point of view of the understanding. They therefore provide a kind of logical impetus to transcend that point of view into the world of pure reason itself, from the perspective of which these and many other contradictions could be resolved. Thus, while Kant uses the word dialectic to refer to the propensity to fall into contradictions, Hegel uses it to mean the propensity to transcend them. This process of transcendence is the true course of logic, and dialectic in the Hegelian system, as explicated in his work Science of Logic, is the name for the intellectual pursuit whose endpoint is not limited or partial, but on the contrary, absolute truth itself. Hegel puts it thus: a deeper insight into the antinomies, or rather into the dialectic nature of reason, shows us that every concept is a unity of opposite moments, which could therefore be asserted in the shape of an antinomy. Modern conceptions of logic have tended to the view that logic is an instrument whereby consequences of some premise are derived. Logic is powerless to give knowledge until the premise is determined. This is emphatically not Hegel's view. He thinks that the premise of logic is determined by logic itself. The premise of logic is pure indeterminate being, being conceived without any of the particular determinations through which it makes itself manifest to the understanding. For him, being is the single great a priori concept, from reflecting on the nature of which we arrive at an a priori theory of reality. Logic begins then from being and advances towards its conclusion, which is the absolute idea or truth itself. This absolute idea is thought and reality at once. It is like the God of Spinoza, who comprehends the whole of things and, being identical with that whole, exists thinking himself. Each concept in the dialectical process that leads to this supreme conception is obtained from that of being by a sequence of dialectical transformations. It should be noted that this conception of logic is inspired from a unique explication of Kantian system by Jean Gottlieb Fichte in his book Science of Knowledge. The task of any such philosophy as Kantian is to discover the absolutely unconditioned first principle of human knowledge. He says there, in that endeavor, logicians offer an instance of necessary and indisputable truth in the law of identity, that is, A is equal to A. But even in that law, something is presupposed that we have yet to justify, namely the existence of A. I can advance to the truth of A equal to A once A has been posited as an object of thought. But what justifies me in positing A? There is no answer. Only if we can find something that is posited in the act of thinking itself will we arrive at a self-justifying basis for our claims of knowledge. This thing that is posited absolutely is the I, for when the self is the object of thought, that which is posited is identical with that which posits. In the statement that I equal to I, we have therefore reached a bedrock. Here is a necessary truth that presupposes nothing. The self-positing of the self is the true ground of the law of identity and hence of logic itself. To this first principle of knowledge, which he calls the principle of identity, Fichte adds a second. The positing of the self is also a positing of the not self. For what I posit is always an object of knowledge, and an object is not a subject. That which comes before my intuition in the act of self-knowledge is intuited as not self. This is the principle of counterpositing or opposition, from which, in conjunction with the first principle, a third can be derived, namely that the not self is divisible in thought and opposed to a divisible self. This third principle, the grounding principle, is supposedly derived by a synthesis of the other two. It is the ground of transcendental philosophy, which explores the division of the self by concepts, whereby the world is constituted as an object of knowledge. Coming back to Hegel, what are these dialectical transformations referred to, and what is the structure of reason's dialectic? It should be borne in mind that the terms of Hegel's logic are not propositions or judgments, but rather concepts, and it is concepts in his view that are true or false. But falsehood for him is a form of limitation or incompleteness, whereas truth is a form of wholeness, a transcendence of all the limitations. Then, dialectic is the method of progression among concepts, whereby a more true concept is generated from inadequate beginnings through overcoming the oppositions intrinsic to them. The dialectical process, then, is as follows. A concept is posited as a starting point. It is offered as a potential description of reality. It is found at once that from the standpoint of logic, this concept must bring its own negation with it. To the concept, its negative is added automatically, and a struggle ensues between the two. The struggle is resolved by an ascent to the higher plane from which it can be comprehended and reconciled. This ascent is the process of diremption, which generates a new concept out of the ruins of the last. This new concept generates its own negation, and so the process continues until, by successive application of the dialectic, the whole of reality has been laid bare. For instance, imagine a kind of impersonal dialectical thought or thinker attempting to understand the world. It has nothing available to it but thought, and so must put forward as its sole instrument of knowledge the concepts which enlighten it. Of necessity, it begins from the single most indeterminate concept, that which is contained in all concepts and yet which is logically precedent to them, the concept of being. But what is being? Considered as unmediated by reflection and as free from extraneous determinations, it is surely nothing. Hence the concept of being contains within itself its own negation as nothing, and the dialectical opposition between these two concepts is resolved only in the passage to a new concept. This concept is becoming, which captures the truth contained in that previous opposition, the truth of the passage of being into nothing and nothing into being. To our impersonal thinker, the world now appears as becoming rather than as being, and this perception is truer than the preceding one, although as yet far short of that absolute truth in which all such oppositions will be resolved. Becoming seems to be a specifically temporal characteristic, but the temporal character of Hegel's logic is nothing more than a metaphor. From the point of view of logic, becoming suffers from the same defects as being. It generates its own contradiction out of the equipoise of arising and passing away. So it gives way to a higher truth, which is that of determinate being, in which being and nothing are finally reconciled. Determinate being is that more familiar, less abstract form of existence of which our world presents us with examples. Being becomes determinate by being limited, and so, as it were, incarnate in a certain identity. From this limitation, further oppositions arise, and the process continues until our thinker is brought by a seemingly ineluctable process to the absolute idea itself. So, perceiving the whole of reality as coming forth from what indispensable concept from which all thinking must begin. The dialectic of reason advances from pure immediate being through all the determinations of being which in sum constitute reality, so as to consummate itself in the absolute idea. As I have said, this absolute idea is the whole of reality, the truth of the world and God himself. Nothing exists in actuality that is not some determinant of pure being, and whose existence is not derived from the dialectical working out of that concept. Reason, because it generates everything, comprehends everything. Hence, in a famous phrase, the real is rational and the rational is real. Everything which exists of necessity, but it exists not in virtue of some eternal essence, but in virtue of the struggle of reason to constrain its successive concepts to give birth to their ever more detailed progeny. Hegel calls this struggle labor of the negative, and the world thus generated, being the product of reason, shows the cunning of reason. It reveals itself to reason so that the apparently contingent can be seen to be really necessary, and the arbitrary and diffuse as directed and whole. A critique. Hegel's logic is in stark contrast with traditional theories, which see logical relations as timeless, determined not by content but by structure. A thought does not need time, one feels, in which to generate its consequences. Indeed, it is the essence of a logical consequence, that it is inseparable from the thought itself. A logical consequence can be neither lost nor acquired. Yet Hegel thinks of concepts as moving towards a greater grasp of reality, and he speaks of the working through of the dialectic as being necessary both to the truth and to the meaning of the result. He refers to the successive stages as moments which have to be overcome in the act of diremption, whereby a new concept is born. These temporal similes would be less puzzling if it were not also the case that Hegel thought of historical process in dialectical terms as the successive generation and overcoming of contradictions. And it is this aspect of Hegel put forward overtly in the lectures on the philosophy of history, but covertly elsewhere, that has been the most influential, perhaps because the most intelligible of his theories. It often seems that the whole of Hegelian metaphysics points towards a logical and historical interpretation at once. To some extent, this reflects a confusion on Hegel's part between logic conceived as a science of the relations among ideas and logic conceived as the intellectual operation whereby those relations are discovered. Let us summarize what has been said so far. Dialectic is the method of progression among concepts, whereby a more true or adequate concept is generated from inadequate beginnings, through overcoming the oppositions intrinsic to them. In ancient Greece, dialectic was a kind of disputation undertaken as a game or exercise in which questions were asked and answers for the most part had to be yes or no. In the modern period, Kant gives a far more comprehensive meaning to the term, and it is this meaning which Hegel adopts, and by making use of it in a manner wholly antipathetic to Kantian philosophy, develops it into the cornerstone of his philosophical system. The inevitable tendency of reason to transcend the limits of intelligibility is what Kant calls dialectic of reason. For Hegel, the dialectic of reason advances from pure immediate being through all the determinations of being which in sum constitute reality, so as to consummate itself in the absolute idea which is the whole of reality, the truth of the world, and God himself. Now some assignments for you. First, the real is rational and the rational is real. How far do you agree with this Hegelian dictum? Another, is not Hegel's system of logic outdated? If not, what is its contemporary relevance? One more, elucidate the influence that the dialectical movement in philosophy has had in the field of literary theory and social sciences. Some references now. The Cambridge Companion to Hegel, published in 1993 by Cambridge University Press. Hegel's Theory of a Modern State by Sholmo Avineri, published in 1972 by Cambridge University Press. And Hegel's Science of Logic, translated by W.H. Johnson and L.G. Struthers in 1929, published by Allen and Unwin, London. With that, we come to the end of this session. Thank you all for listening carefully, and all the best.
Hi friends, here we have antiderivatives. The following theorem gives a necessary and sufficient condition for the integral to be independent of path of integration and for an integral around a closed path has value 0. We recall that contour is a piecewise smooth arc. First we have a definition of antiderivative. A function f is called an antiderivative of a function f defined on a domain D if f dash z is equal to f of z for all z in the domain. For example, the function fz is equal to 1 by 4 z raised to 4 is an antiderivative of what? Fz is equal to z cube on the entire complex plane, because for each complex number z, f dash z is equal to d by dz of 1 by 4 z raised to 4, and this is equal to z cube, which is our f of z. However, fz is equal to 1 by 4 z raised to 4 is not the only antiderivative of f on this interval. If we add any constant c to 1 by 4 z raised to 4, then the function g z is equal to 1 by 4 z raised to 4 plus c is also an antiderivative of f, since g dash z is equal to d by dz of 1 by 4 z raised to 4 plus c is equal to z cube plus 0, which is again our f of z. Next, we have a theorem. Suppose that a function f is continuous on a domain D. If any one of the following statement is true, then so are the others. The first one is, that is statement A. It says that f has an antiderivative capital F in D. Second one says that the integral of fz along contours lying entirely in D and extending from any fixed point z1 to any fixed point z2 all have the same value, namely integral z1 to z2 fz dz is equal to, which is equal to capital Fz over the limits z1 z2. This can be write as f of z2 minus f of z1, where fz is the antiderivative in statement A. Next statement says that the integrals of fz around closed contours lying entirely in D all have value 0. The theorem above does not claim that any of the given statement A to C is true for a given function f and a given domain D. It tells us only that all of them are true or that none of them is true. Now move on to the proof. We first prove that A implies B, that is the statement A implies statement B. Let f be a continuous function which has an antiderivative capital F in D, that is f dash z is equal to f of z, for z belongs to our domain D. Let C be any contour lying entirely in D joining z1 and z2. Now case 1, first case. Here our C is a smooth arc. Let C be a smooth arc with parametric representation, z is equal to z of t, where a less than or equal to t less than or equal to b, such that z of a is equal to z1 and z of b is equal to z2. Then integral over C fz dz is equal to integral over limits a to b f of z of t z dash of t dt. Equation number 1. Now d by dt of f of z of t is equal to, that is d by dt of f of z of t. This we can write as f dash of z of t into z dash of t. This is equal to, this we can write as f of z of t into z dash of t, small f of small f, f of z of t into z dash of t. Hence 1 becomes, our first equation becomes integral over c f z dz is equal to this we can write as integral over a to b d by dt of what, f of z of t. Here this is f of z of t, integral a to b d by dt of f of z of t dt. This is again, this we can write as this is equal to f of z of t over the limits a to b by using a theorem in the chapter definite integral. I think it is theorem number 7. This, on substituting value, we can write it as f of z of b, that is the upper limit, minus f of z of a. F of z of, here we have one more bracket, f of z of p minus f of z of a, or it is equal to what, f of z2 minus f of z1. This value is independent of the contour C as long as C lies entirely in D. Next case where C is piecewise smooth. Case 2, C is piecewise smooth. In this case, C consisting of a finite number of smooth arcs Ck, where k varies from 1 to n minus 1, joined end to end, where each Ck is a smooth arc extending from point Zk dash to Zk plus 1 dash, and Z1 dash is equal to Z1 and Zn dash is equal to Z2. Then from case 1, it follows that for each k is equal to 1 to etc. up to n minus 1, we have integral over Ck fz dz is equal to f of Zk plus 1 dash minus f of Zk dash. Hence, integral over C fz dz is equal to, that is integral over C fz dz. We can write it as integral over C1 fz dz plus integral over C2 fz dz plus etc. plus integral over Cn minus 1 fz dz, which is equal to, it is up to integral Cn minus 1 fz dz, which is again equal to f of Z2 dash minus fz2 dash minus fz1 dash plus again fz3 dash minus fz2 dash plus etc. plus what, fzn dash minus fzn minus 1 dash. It extend up to fzn dash minus fzn minus 1 dash. which is equal to f of Zn dash minus f of Zn1 dash, Z1 dash, which is equal to, last we have what remains, f of Z2 minus f of Z1, which is also independent of the contour C. Here completes the proof of A implies B. Next we have B implies C. Now let us assume that integrals of f set along contours lying entirely in D and extending from any fixed point Z1 to any fixed point Z2 all have the same value. Let C be any closed contour lying entirely in D. Let Z1 and Z2 be any 2 points on C. Also let C1 and C2 be 2 paths both with initial point Z1 and final point Z2. That is, it is just like this. C1, C2. This is our Z2. This is the initial point Z1. This is the terminal point Z2. And C is equal to C1 minus C2. From B, it follows that integral over C1 f z dz is equal to integral over C2 f z dz. Hence, we can say integral over C f z dz is equal to integral over C1 f z dz plus integral over minus C2 f z dz by the theorem in the previous session, which we can write as integral over C1 f z dz minus integral over C2 f z dz, that we know from previous sessions. Next we have C implies A. Now let us assume that the integrals of f set around closed contour lying entirely in D all have the value 0. Let Z1 and Z2 be any 2 points in D and let C1 and C2 denote any 2 contours lying in D from the point Z1 to Z2. So let C is equal to C1 minus C2. Then C is a closed contour. It need not be simple, lying entirely in D. Then by hypothesis C, we have integral over C f z dz is equal to 0. That is, integral over C means C1 minus C2 f z dz is equal to 0. This we know. Integral over C1 minus C2 can be written as integral over C1 f z dz minus integral over C2 f z dz, which is equal to 0. That is, integral over C1 f z dz is equal to integral over C2 f z dz. Hence, integration in D depends only on endpoints and is independent of path. Let Z not be any fixed point in D. Define f z is equal to, we can define f z is equal to integral over Z naught to Z f of s ds for all Z belongs to D. Clearly, f is a well-defined function on D. Now, let Z plus delta Z be any point distinct from Z and lying in some neighborhood of Z. That is, it is sufficiently small to be obtained in D. Then, f of Z plus delta Z minus f z is equal to This we can write as integral z0 to z plus delta z f of s ds minus integral z0 to z f of s ds. This we can write as, which is equal to integral, the lower limit is from z up to what, z plus delta z f s ds. Equation number 2. We know that if C is any arbitrary contour from a fixed point z1 to z2, then integral over C dz is equal to z2 minus z1. Hence, integral over z to z plus delta z ds is nothing but what, z plus delta z minus z, which is equal to delta z. And also fz is equal to fz is equal to 1 by delta z integral z to z plus delta z fz ds. Hence, from equation number 2, we obtain f of z plus delta z minus f of z divided by delta z minus f of z is equal to, here we have small f of z minus f of z, which is equal to 1 by delta z integral z to z plus delta z what, f of s ds. That is, it is equal to 1 by delta z integral z to delta z integral z to z plus delta z f of s minus f of z ds. That is our equation number 3, which is equal to 1 by delta z integral z to z plus delta z. In the integral we have f of s minus f of z ds. This is our equation number 3. Since f is continuous at the point z corresponding to any epsilon greater than 0, there exists a positive number delta such that mod fs minus fz is less than epsilon whenever s minus z is less than delta. Hence, if z plus delta z is close enough to z, so that mod delta z is less than delta, then from 3 we get from this equation, third equation, we can write modulus of f of z plus delta z minus f of z by delta z minus f of z. This is less than or equal to 1 by mod delta z integral z to z plus delta z modulus of f of s minus f of z dz. This we can write, which is strictly less than 1 by mod delta z into epsilon into mod delta z, which is again equal to what, epsilon. Hence, limit delta z tending to 0, f of z plus delta z minus f of z by delta z is equal to f of z, and therefore f dash z is equal to f of z for every z in the domain D. That is, f has an antiderivative capital F in D. Next we will move on to evaluation of line integral second type. First example is evaluate integral I to 1 plus 4i z square dz. Here taking fz is equal to z square, our fz is equal to z square. We have capital fz is equal to integral fz dz, which is equal to integral z square dz, that is z cube by 3 plus c. So, our capital fz is z cube plus c, z cube by 3 plus c. As f is an antiderivative of f by theorem 1, integral I to 1 plus 4i z square dz can be written as, which is equal to integral I to 1 plus 4i fz dz. This is f of upper limit 1 plus 4i minus f of I. That is, our f of z is z cube by 3. So, this is f of 1 plus 4i. So, this can be written as 1 by 3 into 1 plus 4i whole cube minus I cube. I am taking 1 by 3 outside, 1 plus 4i whole cube minus I cube. On simplification, this is equal to 47 minus 47 by 3 minus 17i. On simplification, we get it is minus 47 by 3 minus 17i. Next example is, next is integrate from I to pi by 2. It is from I to pi by 2 cos z dz. We have to evaluate integral I to pi by 2 cos z dz is equal to sin z over the limits I to pi by 2. This is simple. That is, sin z over the limits, we have to apply the upper limit pi by 2 and the lower limit I. This is equal to what? 1 minus I into sin h1. That is, since circular function sin yi and hyperbolic functions sin hy are related by sin yi is equal to I sin hy. So, we have it is 1 minus I sin h1. Next example, integral 0 to 1 plus I, 0 to 1 plus I z square dz. It is simple, it is z cube by 3 over the limits 0 to 1 plus I. On simplification, it is equal to 2 by 3 into minus 1 plus I. On applying the upper limit and lower limit, we get it is 2 by 3 into minus 1 plus I. Next example, it is integral over minus 2i to 2i. Minus 2i to 2i, here it is dz by 2. It is nothing but integral of dz by 2 is, it is a log z over the limits minus 2i and 2i. We have to apply to upper limit 2i and lower limit minus 2i to the value set. So, it becomes log 2i minus log of minus 2i, which is equal to pi I. That is log 2i minus log of minus 2i. So, the answer is pi I. Next, we have to evaluate integral over c z square dz, where the c is any contour from z is equal to 0 to z is equal to 1 plus I. That is, z varies from z is equal to 0 to 1 plus I. Here fz is equal to z square. fz is equal to z square is continuous everywhere, and since d by dz of z cube by 3 is equal to z cube, fz has an antiderivative, fz is equal to z cube by 3 for every complex number set. Hence, by theorem 1, integral of fz along C, where C is any contour joining 0 to 1 plus I, depends only on the endpoints 0 and 1 plus I, and integral over C z square dz is equal to, since it depends only on endpoints, we can write it is equal to integral 0 to 1 plus I, these are the limits, 0 to 1 plus I fz dz, which is equal to f of upper limit 1 plus I minus f of 0. On substituting, we have it is 1 plus I whole cube by 3 minus 0 by 3, which is equal to 2 by 3 into minus 1 plus I. On simplification, we get it is 2 by 3 into minus 1 plus I. Next example, it is to evaluate integral over C dz by z square, where C is a positively oriented circle, that is z is equal to 2 e raised to I theta. Here theta is in between minus pi less than theta less than or equal to pi. About the origin, the function, here the function fz is equal to 1 by z square. Where of course the z not equal to 0 is continuous everywhere except at the origin and has an antiderivative, fz is equal to what? It is minus 1 by z. Of course, here also z not equal to 0. In the domain mod z greater than 0, consisting of the entire z plane with the origin deleted. Hence, by the equivalence of statements A and C in theorem 1, integral over C dz by z square is equal to 0. Next example, that is, here we have to evaluate integral over C e raised to pi z dz. Where C is any contour from 0 to 1 plus I. Here fz is e raised to pi z, it is continuous everywhere, and since d by dz of e raised to pi z by pi is equal to what? E raised to pi z. Fz has an antiderivative, that is capital Fz is equal to e raised to pi z by pi for every complex number set. Hence, by theorem 1, integral of Fz along C, where C is any contour joining 0 to 1 plus I, depends what? Only on the endpoints. Here it is 0 and 1 plus I, and integral over C e raised to pi z dz. Integral over C e raised to pi z dz can be written as, which is equal to integral over lower limit is 0, upper limit is 1 plus I fz dz. This can be written as what? F of upper limit we have 1 plus I minus f of 0. It is equal to e raised to pi into 1 plus I by pi minus e raised to 0 by pi. On simplification, we get it is 1 by pi into e raised to pi minus 2. Next example. Next example is to evaluate integral over c 1 by z dz, where this c is the right hand half of the circle. Mod z is equal to 2, from z is equal to minus 2i to z is equal to plus 2i. That is, it is just like this. This is our 2i, this is our minus 2i. Here our c. Now we have the solution, that is, let D be the domain mod z greater than 0 minus pi less than argument of z less than pi, consisting of the entire complex plane with the origin and the negative real axis excluded. That is, this is our origin, it is excluded, and the negative x-axis. This is our x-axis and this is our negative x-axis, this one. These two are excluded. C is a contour joining minus 2i to 2i. So, this is, here C is just like this. It is from minus 2i to 2i, and it is contained in the domain D. In D, origin is not included, and hence fz is equal to 1 by z is continuous. So, no problem with fz. The principal branch log z of the logarithmic function serves as an antiderivative of the continuous function 1 by z throughout D. Hence, we take fz is equal to fz is equal to log z. Then f dash z is equal to small fz, which is equal to 1 by z for all z belongs to D. Hence, by theorem 1, integral of fz along C, where C is any contour joining minus 2i to plus 2i, depends what? Only on the endpoints. Our endpoints are minus 2i and plus 2i, and hence integral over C 1 by z dz is equal to integral over C 1 by z dz. This can be written as integral over minus 2i to 2i fz dz. That is, since we have 2i is equal to 2 into 0 plus I into 1, which is equal to 2 into e raised to I pi by 2, we have log 2i is equal to ln 2 plus I into pi by 2. Also, since minus 2i is equal to 2 into 0 plus I into minus 1, which is equal to 2 into e raised to minus I pi by 2. So, we have log of minus 2i, which is equal to ln 2 minus I into pi by 2. Similarly, we have stated log 2i is equal to ln 2 plus I into pi by 2. So, it is equal to, so altogether it is equal to what? Ln 2 plus I into pi by 2, that is our first term, ln 2 plus I into pi by 2, minus, second one is ln 2 minus I into pi by 2, which is equal to pi I. On simplification, the answer is pi I. Next example is, use an antiderivative to evaluate the integral over C z raised to 1 by 2 dz. Integral over C z raised to 1 by 2 dz, where the integrand is the branch integral over C z raised to 1 by 2 is equal to square root of, it is equal to, here I can write, which is equal to square root of r into e raised to I theta by 2. Here r is greater than 0 and theta lies in between 0 and 2 pi. That is 0 less than theta less than 2 pi of the square root function, and C is any contour from z is equal to first one, that is C is any contour from z is equal to minus 3 to z is equal to 3, which except for its endpoints lies above the x-axis. The second one, that is the B one, is C is any contour from z is equal to minus 3 to 3, which except for its endpoints lies below the x-axis. And third one, C is any closed contour in the counterclockwise direction passing through z is equal to minus 3 and z is equal to 3, which except for the point z is equal to minus 3 and z is equal to 3 contains no other points of x-axis. That is, it is just like this. First one, solution. Before moving to solution, we have this figure. This is our minus 3, here it is our x-axis, y-axis, this is our 3. This is our C or the curve. Let our fz is equal to z raised to 1 by 2, or we can write it as root r into e raised to I theta by 2, where this r is greater than 0 and 0 less than theta less than 2 pi. Now first solution, that is the part A solution. The C is any contour from z is equal to minus 3 to 3, which except for its endpoints lies above the x-axis. Since fz is not defined on the ray theta is equal to 0, that is positive x-axis, fz is not defined at z is equal to 3. At all other points of C, fz is defined and is continuous. Now consider another branch of z raised to 1 by 2 given by f1 of z is equal to square root of r e raised to I theta by 2, where of course this r is greater than 0 and this theta lies in between minus pi by 2 less than theta less than 3 pi by 2. Clearly, this f1 set is defined and is continuous everywhere on C. Also, values of f1 set at all points on C except at z is equal to 3 coincide with those of our integrand f of z. Hence, in integral over C fz dz, fz can be replaced by our f1 set. An antiderivative of f1 set is the function f1 set is equal to 2 by 3 into z raised to 3 by 2, or which is equal to 2 by 3 into r into square root of r e raised to I 3 theta by 2, where this r greater than 0 and theta lies in between minus pi by 2 and 3 pi by 2. Hence, integral over C z raised to 1 by 2 dz is equal to integral over C fz dz, which is again equal to integral over C z raised to 1 by 2 dz, which is equal to integral over C fz dz, which is again equal to what? Our integral over minus 3 to 3, it is f1 of z dz, that is, which is equal to f1 of z. Here it varies from minus 3 to 3, which is equal to 2 into root 3 into e raised to I0 minus e raised to I into 3 pi by 2. Since at z is equal to 3, r is equal to 3, theta is equal to 0. And at z is equal to minus 3, r is equal to 3, theta is equal to pi. So, it is altogether which is equal to 2 into root 3 into 1 plus I. So, next is C is any contour from, that is the B part. C is any contour from Z is equal to minus 3 to Z is equal to 3, which except for its endpoints lies below the x-axis. So, our figure is just like this. It is again from minus 3 to 3, but it lies below the x-axis. Since Fz is not defined on the ray theta is equal to 0, Fz is not defined at Z is equal to 3. At all other points of C, Fz is defined and is continuous. Now consider another branch of Z raised to 1 by 2 given by F2Z is equal to, it is equal to root R e raised to I theta by 2, where R greater than 0, theta varies from R greater than 0, theta varies from pi by 2 less than theta less than 5 pi by 2. Clearly, this F2 set is defined and is continuous everywhere on C. That is, F2 set is not defined on the ray theta is equal to pi by 2. Also, values of F2 set at all points on C except at Z is equal to 3 coincide with those of our integrand F set. Hence, in the integral of F set along C, F set can be replaced by our F2 set. An antiderivative of F2 set is the analytic function F1 set is equal to 2 by 3 into Z raised to 3 by 2. That is 2 by 3 into Z raised to 3 by 2, which is equal to 2 by 3 into R into root R e raised to I 3 theta by 2. Here also R greater than 0 and theta varies in between pi by 2 and 5 pi by 2. Hence, integral over C Z raised to 1 by 2 dz which is equal to integral over C f z dz. It is again equal to lower limit is minus 3 up to upper limit 3 f2 z dz, that is equal to f2 z over the limits minus 3 to 3, which is equal to 2 root 3 into e raised to I 3 pi minus e raised to I 3 pi by 2, that is which is equal to e raised to I 3 pi minus e raised to I 3 pi by 2. Since at Z is equal to 3, R is equal to 3, theta is equal to 2 pi, and at Z is equal to minus 3, R is equal to 3, theta is equal to pi. Therefore, it is equal to 2 root 3 into 1 minus 1 plus I. This is the answer of the second part. Next we have, that is the C part. Here C is a closed contour in the counterclockwise direction passing through Z is equal to minus 3 and Z is equal to 3, which except for the point Z is equal to minus 3 and Z is equal to 3 contains no other points of x-axis. That is here it is minus 3 and 3. Then C can be written as C is equal to C2 minus C1, where C1 is the contour which is the part of C above the x-axis and which extends from minus 3 to 3. Here we have the C1. Minus C1 is the contour that extends from 3 to minus 3. And C2 is the contour which is a part of C below the x-axis and which extends from minus Z is equal to minus 3 to Z is equal to 3. That is, here is our C2. From A and B, we have integral over C f z dz is equal to, that is integral over C f z dz, which is equal to 2 root 3 into 1 plus I, and integral over C, here it is integral over C1 and it is integral over C2 f z dz is equal to 2 root 3 into minus 1 plus I. Hence, integral over C z raised to 1 by 2 dz. This is equal to what? Integral over C2 minus C1 f z dz. And we can write this as, it is integral over C2 f z dz. It is integral over C2 f z dz minus integral over C1 f z dz. So, by substituting the values here, the final answer is, it is minus 4 root 3. So, here comes our proof. Hope you enjoy the session. See you next time. Till then, take care.